Call this TTC board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and she will now read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Chair. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit.
Thank you. Commissioners, do any of you wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Thank you. Seeing none, we will move on. Commissioners, the next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of February 28th. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? Commissioner Ainsley, thank you. All those in favor by show of hands, thank you. Would like to remind you that this is an open meeting. As we go through the agenda today, those of you participating remotely will be required to submit requests to ask questions and to speak on items to the clerk. Each member has 5 minutes for questions and to speak. If you wish to submit a motion on an item, please email your motion to the email address that you've been provided with. You have all been provided with appropriate contact information for technical troubleshooting, and staff also have each of your phone numbers should they need to contact you for technical reasons. We'll just review the order paper. Item number 1, the Chief Executive Officer's report for April of 2023. I will hold this item. Approved minutes of the Advisory Committee, ACAT. I will hold this item for a presentation from ACAT Chair Anita Dressler. Labor Relations, this is in camera, so I'll hold that. TTC non-union salary updates, another in camera issue, I will hold that. TTC Green Bus Program, we have a speaker, so I will hold it in my name. TTC Enterprise Asset Management, item number 6. Can I have a motion to adopt the staff recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Financial and major projects update for the year end. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it. Thank you. That concludes the review of the order paper. First item of business is there we go. Thank you. Is the Chief Executive Officer's report. And before I turn it over to our CEO, we have a guest with us this morning. Earlier this week, you saw the news about Rogers purchasing BAI Canada. That means the wireless and Wi-Fi infrastructure in the TTC is now owned by Rogers. Commissioners, I will let you know that we are joined today by Ron McKenzie, Chief Technology and Information Officer, who is here to answer any questions you may have. As you know, the TTC is working through an agreement with Rogers with respect to how we will work together to complete a build-out of their 5G network infrastructure in the subway system. Before we go to questions, I'd like to invite Ron to say a few words. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Thank you, and it's great to have the opportunity to be here and just share how excited we are to be part of this program in partnership with the TTC to be able to drive this coverage forward. Want to thank you again, and as Chair Burnside said earlier this week, Rogers announced that we are acquiring the Canadian assets of BAI, who are the infrastructure provider in place and have been for quite some time to the operations. We know safety is top of mind. Most important, safety is top of mind for all Torontonians. And we want to do and ensure that we deliver the best network possible across the entire subway system. And so when it's complete, all riders will have access not just to 911 services, but to the modern infrastructure that they're familiar with everywhere you travel today. That's voice services, text services, streaming services. You want a modern infrastructure. And that's the investment that we're stepping up and we're absolutely committed to delivering for all Torontonians across the system. We'll work hand in hand with all interested wireless parties, very similar that we've done in other cities where we work side by side with the other wireless partners. And as the technology person that will build this, we are 100% committed to working with all operators to deliver the best possible solution for all riders and all Torontonians on the network. So I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions that you have today. I will take whatever level of technology depth you want to go to, and happy to make sure that we walk through exactly the pace and the investment that we'll make. And we're so excited, I'm speaking on behalf of all of our Rogers employees, to step up and actually deliver this service for all Torontonians.
Thank you. I believe Commissioner De Laurentiis has some questions.
Morning. A couple of questions, if I may. First of all, do you know, can you tell us what percentage of Torontonians would be your customers and would be able to take advantage as soon as you build this out?
Well, if I look at the infrastructure today that's in place, any customer, any device on the system today can make a 911 call. That's what matters most, is that you can make that 911 call everywhere where there's coverage. I think that's the key. And so today, as you're probably very familiar, the current infrastructure across the subway system, there's coverage across 75 of the platforms. There's bits and pieces in corridors, in some of the stairwells, and there's roughly 25% of the tunnels that have coverage today. So there's still a lot of work. Now, once again, 911 will work everywhere there's coverage today. Our goal is to complete the coverage everywhere across the system and modernize the current legacy system that's in place that will allow for multi-operator with the modern experience that customers expect. And so, Councillor, what the limitation is today, technically, the system is very, I'll refer to it as legacy. It only supports one frequency. And so all modern carrier networks are built with multiple frequencies and multiple radios. That's how you get the capacity. So that's the upgrade that has to take place. Once we're complete, that then opens the door for any operator to put their radios in and then deliver services to all customers. And so the first and foremost is modernizing what's in place today and then completing the coverage that today is 75% of the tunnels that do not have coverage today.
One more? Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate, by the way, it is an exciting opportunity, and I want to commend Rogers for taking this step. And on that question that I had, perhaps the staff can take it away and just inform us as a board what, and I appreciate the 911 coverage, but I think it would be helpful for us to just know and understand what percentage of of our customers and generally Torontonians would be able to take advantage right away. A second question for you is, as you build this out, and I know it's a very complex and there's a lot of steps to it, but would you be able to, as you build it, would it be possible to incrementally provide access to individuals, or do we have to wait till the end, 2 years from now?
No.
So perhaps you can inform us on that.
Yeah, great question. No, it can be delivered incrementally. So what we will do, in our first meeting to look at the infrastructure, is the first step is modernizing what's in place today. And the reason for modernizing what's in place today is then that allows us to open up the network for other operators as well to join. What's in place today is limited to, as I said, it's one frequency. Maybe the best way to describe this, the way the system is built is very similar to the way we build commercial buildings or shopping malls. And it's very common practice for one operator to take the lead, build that commercial building or that shopping mall, and then once you've built the infrastructure, what that is a common antenna system. It's called a distributed antenna system, a DAS. So once you've built that and it's modernized and it can support the other operators, that allows for all the incremental frequencies to be added, and then all riders would have access to a modern experience, which is the full 5G experience. So we will start the process of upgrading what's in place today right away. In parallel to that, we'll start the process of incremental coverage, and that's the tunnels that haven't been built. So that's the 75% of tunnels. And that we welcome the partnership with the TTC, because we can go as fast as the TTC in partnership can enable us to have access. Because there's very limited windows in maintenance windows that are typically 3 hours a night. But as we complete section by section, we can turn up that coverage. So you don't have to wait till the whole thing is done on the expansion of coverage. Once it's available, it can become available for all riders through that. So this is where genuinely we're so excited to actually be here today with the TTC and welcome the board's support and welcome the partnership to be able to build this as quickly as we can together.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any further comments.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Commissioner Ainsley?
Through you, through you to the chair. Thank you for being here this morning. So I'm just to be clear, so Rogers is buying out all of the assets and employees of BAI?
That's correct. We felt that was the fastest way we could step up to modernize the system. By acquiring BAI, it enables us to get the existing infrastructure, and we can start the process right away of upgrading that infrastructure. And that was the fastest way to do it. So it was through the acquisition of BAI and their existing arrangement.
Okay, and sorry, so that's outside of the parameters. So that was a business purchase. That's not, you're not purchasing BAI through the TTC?
No, that's us purchasing the Canadian assets of BAI.
Okay, and then I guess the one model that I've been looking at a lot lately is at Montreal. There's a partnership between Rogers, Bell, and I forget the third telco, but my understanding was each telco put in $50 million into that partnership to operate their Wi-Fi and telecommunications in Montreal. So I'm trying to understand for somebody that's a Bell user or Freedom, how you get them on board or how that process works.
Yeah, no, happy.
Because this isn't a straight up partnership, you're going to get them to buy into it somehow.
Yeah, so maybe I can explain. So Montreal is actually 4 operators. It's Videotron, TELUS, Bell, and ourselves. And this is very common practice. One operator typically takes the lead and builds the system. And that's the same in Montreal. One operator took the lead and built the system. We all contribute to that. And so the way this works, without going maybe too deep into the way wireless works, but essentially we're licensed to use the frequencies from ISED, from the Canadian federal government. And we think of them as we rent the frequencies. When you rent the frequencies, each operator has their own frequencies. Each operator then has to put their own radios. So those frequencies sit on a radio. Each of us have to bring our own radios for every frequency. All of that plugs into the antenna system, which is what's in place, okay? So what typically happens, like Montreal, is one operator builds that infrastructure, builds what's called a carrier hotel for us all to put our radios into, and then any operator now has access to that common antenna system. That's the way it works. So in Montreal, we all cooperate. Similar in Vancouver with TransLink. TELUS built part of the Canada line, we built the underground. So we all cooperate together, and that's a very common practice when you have a common antenna system. And that's a DAS system. So that's what the same process is used for commercial buildings, all the commercial buildings downtown and shopping centers, large gathering centers. That's the way typically we collaborate together. So it's always typically one operator. In this case, by acquiring BAI, Rogers can step up now. So we can step up, modernize the system, and then make it available for other operators to join, similar to what's happened in other cities. And that's key, is that we'll build the system with that modern, common, upgraded antenna that will allow for multiple frequencies and other operators to bring their radios and their frequencies to offer their service. So that's what's key, is we have to upgrade what's in place today, is what's so key in this, because it's not capable of handling today all of the operators trying to bring all their frequencies today. It's a single frequency.
Okay, so I guess my big concern as both a TTC commissioner and a city councillor is, so we had BAI, which was the one provider for whatever reason, Rogers and Bell didn't want to buy into their system, and that Rogers was taking over BAI, And we're going to continue down that road of only having one service provider. And my constituents are going to continue to call me and say, you know, I have Bell, but I can't complete my work on the phone. I can't call my doctor. I had an emergency. So I guess I'm looking for a commitment that you're going to see the other telcos on board onto your system.
Yeah. And it's as the technology person, it's in all our best interests for cooperation as an industry. And we do. We cooperate. We cooperate when there's emergency situations in 911. Even last week, and all the power outages in Montreal suffered for days, and parts of Ottawa suffered for days. We were collaborating every hour to make sure there's cellular coverage on one of our networks so that 911 will always work. So while we may compete in the marketplace, as technologists, we collaborate. It's in all of our interest. And so in this case, what needs to happen most important and first is the legacy infrastructure needs to be upgraded to support multi-operator coming in. That's what's missing today. So I can only speak to, I don't know how it got there, but what I can speak to what's there today. And so by modernizing what's there today, which Rogers is stepping up to do, that now opens the door for the other operators to come in, and we welcome them to come in. And that's typical of how the other transit systems and how we work in commercial buildings, as I said. This is very similar. Just think of it as a very tall building lying down and underground. But it is very similar to what we do in commercial arrangements around buildings, shopping malls, and other transit systems.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I hit my time limit.
And then some. Thank you, Commissioner Jagdale.
Thank you, Chair. Ron, thanks for coming in this morning to have a discussion with us on this. I think having your organization step up is, I think, incredible. So thank you. I have a couple of questions for you. You talked about the modernization of the technology, and I'm just genuinely curious about some of the costing of the infrastructure, and more importantly, the length of time. I mean, it sounds like our project of bringing wireless and cellular to transit has been sort of 14 years in the making. How long will we have to wait? What do the costs look like? And is there anything that we have to bear as an enterprise as we work with your team to make this happen?
Yeah, great question. Let me talk about first the approach. First of all, this is a big investment. This legacy system has to be completely upgraded and modernized. We're making that investment. This is a Rogers commitment. We're making that investment to that infrastructure. So I'm hoping our other operators join us, but if they choose not to, we're committed to delivering the investment, okay? So from an investment standpoint, we're stepping up to make sure we'll modernize this system. Now, what has to happen, I'll keep it at a high level, but what has to happen is that distributed antenna system that's in place today that only supports one frequency, all the active components have to be replaced. Once you replace all the active components, then all new radios have to be put in to support all the different frequencies. So what we'll do is modernize it right out of the gate. So our initial plan that we see the best way we can deliver for riders is to modernize the current infrastructure that's in place today. And by doing that, we'll add the incremental frequencies and radios, and more importantly, set up what's called the carrier hotels for the other operators to be able to join. That process of where infrastructure is in place today, we believe we can complete in 9 months. So with the support of the TTC, in 9 months, we believe we can complete modernizing what's in place today. At that point, now in parallel, we'll start looking at the expansion into the areas of tunnels that don't have coverage. And for that, we absolutely need the TTC support for access and work together on that. That's where we can go as fast as we can get access to this, to the system. So we can do that incrementally to the councillor's previous question. We can do that specific to lines. That's something we can coordinate, and that's why we're here today, because very much this will be in partnership with the TTC. As fast as we can coordinate, we can keep up and build. So what I want to do is make sure we modernize, everything's in place. That enables multi-operator, that enables multi-frequency, and that ensures that coverage for 911 is absolutely everywhere. There isn't gaps in corridors or stairwells or parts of platforms or at the edge of tunnels. We want to make sure there's coverage for 911 is the highest priority everywhere. So that's our plan.
Great, thank you. I imagine you were part of the diligence when thinking about this deal, and I wonder if you can speak to some of the potential deficiencies that you saw within BIA's operation and how it relates to the TTC, if you're able to discuss that, because I imagine there are some accretive benefits and synergies outside of course, helping the city of Toronto get cellular service on board. What's sort of in it for Rogers?
My focus is really as a technologist. I can't speak to how it got here. The council would probably be better served to answer how it got here. But what I can say is what we can do to go forward. And so our focus is going to be modernizing this infrastructure. It's clear that what's in place today it needs to be upgraded. As I said, what's in place today, without trying to turn everyone into a radio engineer, what's in place today is a single antenna system and a single frequency. It couldn't possibly handle what a modern network looks like, which is typically 3 to 5 different frequencies, all doing what's called aggregation across those frequencies. So what's in place today, the most important thing is that's what needs to be upgraded. And I'd offer that's why other operators probably haven't come in, because it all has to be upgraded. It couldn't support the multi-frequencies in what's in place today. So I would offer that any operator could have taken that step. But Rogers, we're going to step up, and that we did that through the acquisition of BAI. And by doing that, that now gives us access right away to start modernizing what's in place. I would offer any operator could have done that, but that was a commitment Rogers made. And so we're going to do that. We'll modernize it. And what that actually means, technically, you leave the passive elements, you expand the antennas so that you get the coverage, but you have to replace all the active components. These are all the amplifiers and other pieces that carry the signals directly to the antennas. All that has to be modernized. And then the cabinets and carrier hotels and the fiber infrastructure, that has to be modernized. So that's what we're going to focus on right away. And we believe, as I say, we can complete that based on our team in roughly 9 months. We'll be able to do that.
Excellent, thank you. No other questions, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mantis.
Yeah. Oh.
When did Rogers initiate the conversation with BAI for the acquisition?
We've actually been in discussions with BAI for well over a year. These things don't happen overnight. So we've been in these discussions with them. This has been something that we've wanted to do. Toronto's home. This is home. We are one of the largest employers in the city. We want to have a modern transit system that has coverage everywhere. It's in all of our commitment of all our employees. So I have so many excited engineers that can't wait to get to modernize this, to be able to tell their neighbors and everyone, yeah, we're gonna modernize this. But the fastest way we could do it was acquire the existing assets and then modernize it. And so from that perspective, the discussions have been well over a year that we've been in with them.
Sorry, thank you. Commissioner Moyes is next, then Osborne, then Holiday.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for your presentation. Sorry, I missed half of it. I was in transit. But this sounds very transactional, and it is. As you know, Torontonians have been waiting a long time for this. I've been a frequent user of the system myself, and I personally had many issues, using my phone. I actually have two. One is Bell, one is TELUS.
Yeah.
And, actually one is Rogers and one is TELUS, and neither of them work in the system currently.
Yeah.
And I know you've mentioned that one operator or one company takes the lead and others may follow. And you used Montreal as an example of that. But you also said in one of your responses from one of my colleagues that, build it and others may come. They may come. It's not they will come. And I find that a little troubling. And again, yes, there is again, using the Montreal model, yes, it's been done this way before, but there should be a Toronto-made model that works for us. And again, we should not be in a crisis mode for change to happen. And so again, we have TELUS, we have Rogers, we have Bell. Perhaps this is an opportunity for all these companies to come together and build the system together. Rather than it being a Rogers system, it could be, a made in Toronto system. What's your response to that, through the chair?
No, Councillor, happy to. And as I shared earlier, we welcome the other operators joining us. As I said, these discussions with BAI have been active for over a year. We want to modernize this system. We absolutely want to make sure that we modernize it. And so the key is, well, let me, if I can, by modernizing it, it now enables the other operators to join in. That's what's missing today. That's what's been missing. Today, the system only supports one frequency. And so the other operators would be the same as ourselves, which is one frequency is not enough to deliver a modern experience to what you've come to expect with your devices that, you stream, you text, you make voice calls. One frequency was the old 3G world. That was years ago. We're constantly modernizing, including the other transit systems. This isn't what you do once. We're modernizing right now everything that was originally built in Montreal to expand the antennas, expand the coverage, expand the frequencies, because you want to bring it to 5G, because that gives you way more capacity across your system. So what we're doing is we're stepping up to say, we're going to do it, and we welcome the other operators to join us. But the issue today has been the system couldn't support multi-operator with what's there today.
I hear that, and I've heard your previous comments, yes. But my question specifically is, have you reached out to the other operators to help you build the system? I appreciate you stepping forward and wanting to modernize it. I welcome that and thank you for that. But have you reached out to them and perhaps start a partnership that you haven't had before? And I know you've given us a 9-month to modernize the existing system.
Yes.
If you were actually perhaps invite the others to participate, that could be a 3-month venture, for example.
So, Councillor, I can absolutely say with certainty that the door is wide open for the other operators. They have reached out. So I'm happy and welcome. Remember, I'm the technology guy. It makes our job to deliver, even, once again, just collaborating, which is what we do. It's what we've done on the other systems. What we wanted to do, though, through this acquisition, though, is also ensure somebody gets it done. That's what's been missing, is somebody steps up and gets it done. Because this is typically, as I shared, both examples of, you can pick Montreal, you can pick the TransLink example. Each operator took a lead on certain things. And so they are, it has worked well. And in this case, we're stepping up by acquiring the existing infrastructure to modernize it, because we felt that's the fastest way we could get this done, if that makes sense.
Well, I challenge you to take this back to the powers that be and think about the recommendations that I've just put forth. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
And thank you, Commissioner Osborne.
Yeah, I think you alluded to this, but this BAI deal that's been in place for a long time, and the fact that we didn't have the other carriers come to some kind of agreement with BAI has been a thorn in the side of a lot of people in this room, and then a lot of customers, yours and other carriers. But are you saying that even if everybody had said, sure, we're in, that the network they have could not have supported it anyway?
That's correct. The antenna system,
Okay.
the system that's in place today, what's in place today is a single in, single out system, and it supports one frequency. That's not enough to deliver a modern LTE 5G experience for customers. You have to have multiple radios. In the Montreal Transit, there's 3 frequencies fully deployed, and we're expanding now to add a 4th with 3.5 and 5G. So the networks require constant, they're like living things. So as devices become even smarter, they need the capacity to be able to deliver the experience that, you know, all of us are used to, which is I can stream, I can, you know, send data, I can access applications, I can do all those things. You need a modern infrastructure. And we spend billions as an industry every year modernizing it. And I think I can't speak to the past, but I can say that's the commitment we're making going forward, is we'll make sure this system is modernized, similar to what we're doing right now in Montreal with the other operators, is modernizing to add the full 5G experience, doubling the capacity of the antennas, going to what's called 4x4 MIMO. Once again, I won't turn you all into radio engineers, but I'm happy to explain that's the level of investment you have to constantly make to deliver a modern experience for all what you're used to, what we're all used to everywhere you travel. And your riders should have the same experience they're used to everywhere you travel while you're traveling on the transit system. So that's what we'll do going forward, and make sure that the system is built and have the other operators join us.
It's long overdue, so thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Holiday.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming today, to both of you. I just want to make sure I understand this fully. Is it fair to say that this really begins with the concept of territory? So prior to your acquisition of BAI, they had rights over the territory underground to put their infrastructure in and make arrangements with whomever they chose.
There's, Councilor, I'd answer it this way. There's commercial and then there's technical.
Right.
Let me speak to the technical because
Fair
for
enough.
me, that's the part that matters, you know, and so technically that existing infrastructure is not capable of supporting the multiple frequencies to deliver a modern experience. And so as operators, we need that upgraded before any of us could actually come in and deploy multiple radios and multiple frequencies. And so that's what technically was missing. Even if you could reach a commercial agreement, technically that thing needs to be upgraded.
So by acquiring this company, you now have the ability to build more at your discretion, and you've made public comments about your interest in doing that.
Yes.
And I think what it is you're going to build more within the territory of underground, and you're going to provide technological upgrades that suit 5G, which aren't there now. If I've got it right, the BAI system is linear antennas, so it's wires through the tunnel instead of what we would normally think of as, you know, wireless antennas up on a pole. And then you've got a series of nodes, I think you call it active equipment. You're also changing that.
Yeah.
And finally, in that process, you said you called them cellular or carrier hotels. So that's where the other operators can then plug in their equipment if they want to. Now, they would make a commercial arrangement with you, and you're interested because you're sinking money into the technical upgrades.
Correct.
And I think you said this is not a new concept. Would it be fair to say like the PATH system, or I think you said shopping centers, like this happens all the time?
That's correct. So what's unique about this, so we all build our own, you know, cell and small cell. We all build our own networks. But when it comes to a location where you have multiple visitors and traffic, we work with what's called a common antenna system. Right. It's a distributed antenna system. It's called a DAS, but the acronym is distributed antenna. That way, we all plug into that same distributed antenna system. And so in this case, BAI built a distributed antenna system, but it wasn't upgraded and it doesn't have the capability to handle the multiple frequencies So the way this works is we all bring our own frequencies, which were licensed from Ottawa, from ISED. We pay them essentially renting those frequencies. And then we load the frequencies on our own radios because we're required to do that with our license of frequency. So we all have to bring our own radios, and then we connect all our own radios for all our frequencies to that common antenna system. So that's the way it works. And so the space that we all plug into, we call a carrier hotel, and we build that as a breakout. Sometimes we put them above ground so we can get easy access from the street. Sometimes we put them in locations depending on the building, et cetera. But that's the way the industry works. And so it's typically one operator builds it, and others essentially pay their way to join in. And that's a shared infrastructure or paid.
So you have an interest in having other carriers join you because it helps offset your upfront costs.
Yeah.
And they have an interest in joining you because that attracts subscribers and provides a service that their subscribers desire. So,
That's correct.
otherwise you would be competing, people would make choices if there was only one carrier in the system.
That's correct.
And-
So
and-
we all work together because it's
Okay.
in the best interest of all parties.
If I got it right, it's the physical work that you have to do is you have to run a cable in all of these places, like linear antennas, that's a lot of work.
Yes, so without turning you all into radio engineers,
fine. Conceptually.
you use antennas in the platforms.
Yep.
But when you run down the tunnel, you use a technology that's technically called a leaky cable.
Okay.
So essentially, just think of it as like if you have a soaker garden hose, the ones that spray and you lay out that soaker garden hose, that leaky cable is what you run down the tunnel. And the reason is you just don't have the space to
Got it.
put in antennas.
So you're not gonna run around and stick things on the
No.
roof. This is a little more, and that's what I'm getting at, is we have to work with you to
Yes.
facilitate the construction. I got one last question, because I know my time is thin.
Yes.
Could you just touch on the availability of 911 today and potentially the future of 988, which is suicide prevention? And if that was rolled out, could that work with other carriers, whether or not they join
Yeah.
the system?
So let me speak specifically to 911 because that's near and dear. 911 operates today everywhere there's coverage on the system, everywhere. So, and the way 911 works is the devices are smart enough, they will always find a radio network. So whether I'm on my Rogers network, whether I'm on a Bell network, I'm on another operator network, never hang up. When you make a 911 call, this is your public safety message, never hang up. The device will always find an active radio, and it will complete the call to the PSAP, the public safety site. So on the transit system today, 911 is active. It will find. So you'll typically see emergency only or SOS, the various notifications. But that will always work today is 911. What needs to happen is the expansion of coverage into the 75% of the tunnels that it's not there today. And that's where site by site, station by station, together, we can go as fast as the TTC can work with us to provide access, and we'll get that cables laid, we'll get those antennas laid, and as we expand together, we can turn that up together. So I 100% welcome the support of the TTC to help us coordinate, help us schedule this together. And I have all the engineers and support ready to go on our side. We can keep up with you. Just give us that work together, and that's where we'll get the coverage across the 75% that wasn't completed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Holliday. Yeah, I have a few questions. Recognizing that one of the big challenges is access to the tunnels. So what would you say what are you aiming for in terms of a time frame of having the system, not just the 911, I think you mentioned 9 months on that, 100% coverage for all three carriers?
Yeah, so as I was saying, Chair, we can go as fast as we can get access. Right now, the current maintenance windows, as we understand them, are roughly 3 hours a night. And it is scheduled. It's not just maintenance windows for us. You've got maintenance windows for work that you have to perform in the tunnels. That's where I think together with the TTC, we're 100% committed to how can we schedule, what could we do creatively, how could we work together? But that's working within, not disrupting your ridership, and also.
Sorry for interjecting. I only have 5 minutes, so I'm going to cut right to the
No.
chase. What's your understanding of the time after you've obviously had discussions with the TTC? What's your understanding of how long that would take?
Well, it's going to take time. Like it's getting access and getting scheduling.
Okay, well, I'll ask Mr. Leary, did you want to answer that?
I'll jump in through you, Chair. Yeah, the intention is very shortly get together and go over the complete design review with Rogers and then do an installation plan. So we're going to do this as expeditiously as possible. Fort Monaco does an annual review in January. As you know, when we talk about our closures, we're going to go back and review that and get this done as quick as possible. We're looking at the next couple of years to try to really make a big push.
Okay, thank you. So you talked in glowing terms of a consortium model, right? I believe in Montreal and I believe the Crosstown, but this is a little bit different, if I'm not mistaken, and please correct me because it's a question as much as it is a statement. In a consortium model, whoever the partners are, you meet before, you define the costs, the terms, and how everything is going to unfold. This isn't exactly that. Am I mistaken if I say it's actually, and I'm not criticizing, I just want to understand it. You've actually are driving the vehicle, and you're going to say, and you're welcoming everyone, but you decide the price to play.
So, Chair, maybe it's helpful. This is a very common practice with when you share an antenna system. So that's what's unique about this. When you share an antenna system, as I say, it's very common practice. So, for example, some of the commercial buildings, I will take the lead on some. Others, my fellow operators, will take the lead on building it. And then commercially, these are standard negotiated structures within our industry. So it's a normal. This just happens to be underground, but it's a normal practice with a shared antenna system for us to collaborate.
Right, but what I'm specifically referring to isn't the PASS system, isn't an office tower, it's Montreal, it's the Crosstown. Did you not collaborate with Bell and TELUS and then put your plan forward, having already defined what the terms of the agreement were? Before you actually went forward, everyone knew what their costs were, what their responsibilities were.
Yeah.
That's not the case here, correct?
So what's different is in the other operators, Montreal for specifically, it's directly with the Transit Authority. So that's directly with the Transit Authority. In this case now, it's us directly with the Transit Authority to build this and then welcome the other operators in. So it's, in their case, one took the lead, one of the operators took the lead, but it was directly negotiated, my understanding, with the other, with the Transit Authority. So it's no different, just this is a case where we're acquiring an existing arrangement. And by acquiring it, we're doing so to get there faster, to be able to move. And there's no different. Our fellow operators could have also acquired the asset if they chose.
Oh, absolutely. So would you commit to offering reasonable and transparent pricing to the, and clear guidelines on cost sharing, maintenance and upgrades?
Well, it's a normal, commercial terms are normally between the various operators. Some are of public and some are private. Sometimes the other operators don't necessarily want those things disclosed. What I'd give you though is there's always roaming. There's always options. There's lots of options. Roaming is a very common option that they could roam on a network if one operator wanted to do that. So there's lots of commercial ways. It's not a one step to enable coverage across these. So I have arrangements today with other operators where they can roam on our system, I can roam on their system, depending on the area. It's just, once again, these are normal commercial within our industry. Now I just come back to, as the technology guy, once again, our goal and the reason and the approach we took, how can we get this done as fast as possible? How do we upgrade this system for all transit riders and Torontonians? That's been our focus of the discussions for last year to get BAI.
Right, but my conversations with the other players in this field is that it's one that seems to be full of friction. And I think it's incumbent upon our board
Yeah.
to ensure that that friction is put aside and whatever model is employed gives the best access to Torontonians. I'm just not sure how we're accomplishing that without a clear statement in terms of accessibility, transparency, and fair pricing.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, what I would do is welcome, once again, our fellow operators to step in, welcome them. And I think time will tell. Time will show, and I think that's the comfort that the board and the TTC. And as I said earlier, we're here and we'll be here anytime to support the TTC. We want to get this built, and we want to get this modernized. And so together with the TTC, we're happy to lean in to get this done. And I welcome our fellow operators if they choose to join in. What we're giving comfort to is you won't be left with a legacy system. We're stepping up and we're putting our capital to upgrade all this. We'll go do it. We'll upgrade all this. We're not asking for anything. We bought the asset to be able to go fast, and we'll build it. And what we're saying is we're encouraging the other operators join us in this. And I think that's the best way that it's a real win-win for we get the coverage, we get the system in place that all riders would expect.
So it would make sense to enter some sort of consortium agreement, then, is that what you're saying?
No, there's many commercial approaches, Chair. Once again, there honestly is many commercial approaches. We use different approaches as an industry, and I can, once again, welcome them to call. Welcome them.
Okay, well, I've gone way over my time, so would anyone like round two? Because I want to follow up with my,
All right.
would anyone like round two? Are you okay if I? Yeah, okay. Okay. I'm going to come back, give you time to
Please.
relax, and then I'll go to Commissioner Moyes and then Holiday.
Through the chair, I'm actually really pleased that the chair asked this line of questioning because that's where I wanted to go, and you've responded the same way each time in that you welcome them to join you. So, and I did say before that perhaps you should reach out, but and you repeated the same thing. So I'm actually going to ask staff. Perhaps we as a board should reach out to the other operators to reach out to Rogers. So perhaps you can comment on that.
Through the chair.
Again, leadership is important on this, and we have to get it right because we've got it wrong for many, many years.
I agree. So through the chair, what I would say is we know that both the other telecommunications firms have written us as of late, having some comments on this. So, and what I'm encouraged by is the fact that they want to see this service inside the subway system. So we will, with Rogers, make sure that we reach out, as you said, and welcome to participate. And the intent of the TTC would to be, on a quarterly basis, give you updates on the progress as we move forward with this. Or any milestones that happen, we can make sure you're aware of it.
So is there an opportunity in the agreement, if I'm not quite sure where we are in the process, and I don't know the legality of all of this, because I'm not a lawyer, but is there a way of writing in the agreement, perhaps other carriers working with Rogers on this as a partnership?
So I'll answer that through the chair. So there was authority delegated to staff back in July of 2022 with respect to this issue, with respect to the amendment to Rogers that we're just finalizing. But in the agreement already, there is a provision that clearly states that the Commission wishes to have every wireless carrier who demonstrates an interest in accessing the wireless network to have access to the wireless network. The supplier shall use reasonable commercial efforts to negotiate and enter into a carrier agreement with such wireless carriers in accordance with the terms of the agreement. So the standard applied to Rogers and the expectation contractually will be that they use commercially reasonable efforts in order to bring the wireless carriers. The provision, also in the current BAI contract, also has a non-discrimination provision in accordance with the CRTC guidelines that effectively allows them not, or requires them not to discriminate from one carrier to the next. So there is a standard in the contract in terms of how they are to negotiate with the other carriers. What it doesn't do, as you heard in Rogers' answer, is it doesn't tell them what those commercial terms are, right? We're asking Rogers to invest tens to hundreds of millions of dollars in the network, If Bell, TELUS, Videotron wants to pay $1, you can see why that wouldn't be commercially reasonable. So it is up to them. If the TTC at the end of the day doesn't believe that they've properly followed the contract from a commercially reasonable standard, then there's abilities or dispute provisions in the agreement to attack Rogers to saying you didn't actually follow the contract from the commercially reasonable efforts you used with the other providers.
And reasonable effort is a very subjective term.
It's a term that the courts have interpreted for years and years and years, and you see fights on the issue, 100%, but you see courts where they provide standards, where you see commercially reasonable, good faith obligations constantly in agreements in which courts have interpreted constantly.
It's terms like reasonable and may, you know, I'm well aware of those terms as well. Anyways, those are my line of questioning, but I still hope there's some sort of, I don't know, gap or provision in some way to actually insert these other carriers in here that will benefit the people of Toronto. Because as it stands right now, I don't feel that is the case. Maybe it's my reluctance based on my experience, personal experience in the system. But again, I just wanted this noted here.
Thank you, Commissioner Holliday.
Thank you. I had two additional questions. Forgive me if it's commercially sensitive. You just let me know and you don't have to answer. But the concept here is that upon completion of an agreement with or purchase of BAI, essentially it is you now operating within the underground of the TTC. Does the TTC pay you to be there and build the infrastructure, or does it go the other way around? Do you provide a benefit to the TTC?
We're acquiring the existing agreement that's in place, so whatever terms, to the point you raised earlier, whatever terms that you have already established are already in place. All those terms are in place and in force today. All we're doing is stepping up now to say, by acquiring the assets, we're going to invest. And I think that's the piece that's been missing.
Okay, maybe my question will be to staff about what the terms are of the agreement, to the extent that it could be simplified for the understanding of the public. I don't need numbers or magical details, but conceptually, are we paying one way, or is the money flowing the other, or is there money, or is there benefit?
So through the chair, I will answer with numbers because it's the easiest. So under the 20-year original term of this agreement, BAI is paying TTC $25.488 million. The other bidder at the time that this was issued was Bell, and Bell offered $5.488 million, so $20 million less than BAI over a 20-year term.
Okay, so this is an important concept. The telco is paying the TTC to be there. It's not the other way around.
Correct.
And so besides payment, you're also investing your capital.
Correct.
And the concept is you will make commercial arrangements with other carriers. How you do that normally with all other sorts of similar installations where you share infrastructure. That's the model we're talking about here. Okay. The one last question I had, to the extent you can, we're at 5G. I presume there's a 6G somewhere out there.
It's coming.
You know, what protection does the public and the TTC have with respect to that? Or do we find ourselves in a few years of having this conversation again where more upgrades are needed? Do you have some line of sight on that? Can you offer us some assurance that there's some future proofing in this?
It's a great question, and actually a very easy answer. Our customers expect the best, and we invest every year billions of dollars across all our infrastructures to upgrade. We are the largest 5G provider in the country. We've driven the highest penetration by population across the country. So it's in our interest. Your customers are our customers. And so it's in our best interest to make sure they have the best experience while they're riding on the transit system that they're used to everywhere else they go. So as the modernization, similar to what we've done in other transits, the next step will be modernizing all the antennas for capacity and then rolling out additional frequencies. As I say, that's the key, is continuing to invest. This isn't a one-time thing. it's one that we continue every year to have to upgrade and invest. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Ainsley.
Thank you. So, Mr. McKenzie, I only have one question. From a purely business perspective, so in Montreal,
Yeah.
there's a consortium with 4 partners. You all paid in equally. You're running a wireless telecommunications system. Why would you not do that in the TTC? To me, it's just from a business perspective, if you can split a $100 million bill 4 ways, that makes much more sense to me.
The key in this is there's an existing infrastructure and an existing agreement with the TTC that's been in place since 2012. This is the fastest way by us acquiring. Remember, we're buying this Canadian asset. And the fastest way that we can upgrade and drive and build this forward is for us to acquire that asset. And I'd offer again, any of the operators could have bought that asset. And we feel that's the fastest way that we know that's the impediment. I'm speaking as a technologist. That's the impediment to enable other frequencies and upgrades to happen. And so by acquiring it, it's the fastest way we see. And this goes back to the whole premise, 911 coverage everywhere and ensuring all riders get the same modern experience everywhere they travel. So it's the fastest way that I can upgrade the infrastructure. And then, as I say, welcome the other operators. So the system will be built to handle multi-operator, similar to what we do in other systems. So it's just the fastest way to time, and it was an existing structure.
That's my one question.
That was fantastic. Thank you. So back to me. You mentioned that your customers are deeply important to you.
Yes.
Do you have the same love of TELUS and Bell's customers?
Great question. Let me once again, as a technologist, and I come at this because we together, we may compete with my fellow operators all the time in commercial, in the markets, and advertising. We duke it out every day, fight for customers. But when it comes to the technology, and when it comes to 911, and when it comes to emergency situations, we collaborate incredibly close. We open up each other's networks. I've opened up our network for other operators to roam when they were down. I've offered them access, even as recent as a week ago when all the power outages in Montreal. I share again, every hour we were on the phone together, comparing each other's networks, comparing where the cell coverage was active. I had generators everywhere. We made sure that there was no part of the city that didn't have a cell tower working from one of us. And the reason we do it is because these devices will find a radio. Just don't hang up. They'll find a radio if you have a 911 situation. So while we may compete commercially, when it comes to the technology and when it comes to safety and it comes to emergency situations, we collaborate.
Well, that would be 911 is more the emergency. I'm not really talking about that. I'm talking about the other experience.
Yeah.
Right? And you're the chief technology officer.
Yes.
So you're not the guy, you're not the person with the knife at the other, right? You're trying to get the technology going. You're not the business end of trying to beat your customers, right?
No.
Respectfully. Okay.
We
So
all-
let me just ask you this, about redundancy.
Yeah.
We had that major outage, I guess, in the spring or fall or whenever it was, but will there be the same level of redundancy on our system as, let's say, Montreal or is planned for the crosstown?
Yeah, great question. So when you have multi-operator there, as I said, these devices are really smart. They will always find a radio, whether it's a Bell radio, a TELUS radio, a Rogers radio, a Videotron radio, a Freedom radio, now a Videotron. They will always find, always. So the point being, when you have multi-operator, if you ever had one instance of one operator having challenges, it will always find an active radio. So there are benefits for it to be available. But once again, everything we know and learn, when you have a common antenna system, once again, that antenna system is designed with resiliency. Like-
Okay, sorry, just for the sake of my 5 minutes
Yeah.
that I impose on everyone else, the question was actually really short, or expects a short answer. Is there going to be the same level of redundancy? You gave me kind of a long answer,
Yeah.
but is there going to be the same level of redundancy in your the system that you envision for the TTC that is in the Montreal system or planned for the crosstown?
It is the same reason.
Okay, thank you. That was good.
It is the same.
And sorry,
It's the same
just
infrastructure.
perfect, thank you. And then two more questions, and then I think I'm done. So when you talk about roaming, like you sort of pivoted to roaming when I asked the question about other carriers jumping on, and you said, well, if they don't, then people can still roam. They would be then roaming on your system. Is that just for the 911? Is that for all access?
No, so once again, as you were asking earlier, there are multiple different commercial arrangements in our industry. And so roaming can be for data services,
Okay.
as an example. So anything you would do with data, so streaming, voice over LTE, so voice services over data, all those things are done. For example, when you go to another country, you're roaming on their network. That's an arrangement that I have with the operator in that network, so that you seamlessly, when you land, everything works. So the same concept, just picture that the TTC would be its own network. Others could, that's one option as a commercial term, could roam on that infrastructure. So that's why I was saying earlier, there's lots of commercial standard practices that we use as an industry. That's just one of them.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess it all boils down to I think my original question. Are you committing, or will you commit to transparency in whatever you do and however, as best you can, given the business sensitivities with the other carriers and accessibility for the other carriers?
Yeah, listen, I'll answer it this way. Within all the commercial proper constructs that we can work within, we want to build this with the TTC. I'm here today, not for one time. I'm here today. We're going to deliver this system.
No, I appreciate that, but are you committing to transparency as you deal with, and accessibility as you deal with the other carriers?
Yeah, as commercially, once again, they also have a choice in what they want to share. So
Yeah,
as commercially reasonable and commercially negotiated, as long as all the operators are in the same space, I speak on behalf of us, we want to get this done.
You weren't a lawyer before, were you?
No,
Okay.
can promise you.
Thank you. That's my closer. Thank you.
No.
Anyway, no, thank you. You've been wonderful. You've been wonderful. Were there any other questions?
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I have questions as staff on the confidential briefing note, and I don't know whether to do this at the end. I don't know. Yeah.
Going in camera for other things, would we not do it then?
Yeah, later's fine. I don't need to go now. Later's fine. Yeah. I don't want to clear the room if we don't have to.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for your
Mr.
time.
Chair. Appreciate the opportunity and look forward to working very closely together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, sure.
Just, not a question, just a couple of comments. I just want to, for us as a board, just to acknowledge the fact that this is a really exciting opportunity. I think, we've layered in our questions, we've layered lots of points, but to me, what's exciting about this is that by acquiring BAI, Rogers is really going to modernize the system for us. And it goes beyond 911. We've had that for a long time, even if it hasn't been completely obvious, but it's pretty clear it's there. I think the exciting part and what our customers are now expecting, particularly after COVID, is that we kind of now expect to be able to take our office and our personal communication that's both exciting and a little bit annoying, actually, at time when you listen to some of the conversations that are happening on the phone. But it's expected, and I think that's you're opening the door to that, which I think is quite exciting. But my other point would be that some of the questions, some of the issues that have been raised, really go to the commercial issues. And I think, the message I'd like this board to deliver, and if not by the board, certainly I'd like to deliver the message that to other carriers, I would encourage them to negotiate in good faith with you as well, and respecting the elements of the contracts that we've put in place, because as legal counsel has explained, they are there, the framework is there. And just to keep in mind that in the end, we all need to be focused on the service we deliver to our customers. And, and I would say, let's not negotiate those commercial terms in public. It's not helpful. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Mr. Chair, I wondered if you could give me guidance. I did have some questions of staff about our security response, calling 911, sort of general things. And I wondered if we still had an opportunity under the chair's briefing to ask those. That they're not questions for our speakers, but more appropriate to staff. Is there an opportunity later to
Apparently we can do it after the CEO's report.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you for your guidance.
Anyone else? We're all good? Thank you very much. Really appreciate your time. What now? What's that? Right here. Yeah. Thank you. We'll now move on to the CEO's remarks. Mr. Leary will address the board with remarks on his report.
Thank you very much, Chair, through you. I just want to welcome back to our YouTube viewers, as well as all other participants, to today's board meeting. I do want to begin by addressing what I'll say is the murder of our 16-year-old Gabriel Magalhaes that occurred at Kale Station on March 25th. As many of you have heard me say at council recently, Gabriel's heartbreaking tragedy shocked and saddened residents of this city and all of us at the TTC, So once again, on behalf of everyone at the TTC, I want to extend our deepest sympathies and strength to Gabriel's family, friends, and loved ones at this very difficult time. As I've said before, but it can't be overstated, the safety of our customers and our employees is top priority for us. Over the past several months, we have acted on numerous measures to enhance our community safety and security practices and policies. But we know that we are facing challenging times, and they're complex, and we know they can't be solved overnight. That's why we continue to work with our city colleagues, our union partners, as well as our frontline employees and customers on ways that we can make the TTC as safe as possible. I want to commend everyone who has been doing their part, and especially TTC staff. The past few months have been really hard, and I know all of you have been going above and beyond, and I want to thank you for your hard work and dedication. In the next few minutes, Betty Surgeon, our Chief of Safety Officer, Keisha Campbell, our Chief of Diversity and Culture, as well as Wendy Reuter, the Head of Research and Data Analytics, together with our city partners, will be providing a safety and a security update presentation for you. But before that, I'd like to say, commissioners, I'd like you to look up at the screen if you would. This is Tori Hunter. Now, Tori posted an Instagram video several weeks ago about a recent experience that she and a friend of hers had on the TTC, and I think it's important. I'd like to share it with you if I could.
So I don't usually do story time videos, but yesterday was pretty chaotic, and me and Tess probably would have been stranded in the middle of the night out in the snow if we didn't have the help of 3 amazingly kind TTC workers yesterday. So I just wanted to share what happened because honestly, it's a story. Yesterday at about 5 o'clock, I got a FaceTime call from my friend, and she has an extra ticket to a concert. We did know that there was going to be a snowstorm, but we're like, it's going to be fine because there's a streetcar that's literally 1 street away from our apartment, and it takes you right underground to Union Station, and Union Station is connected to the building. It's so easy. So anyway, we get to the concert, we have an amazing time, we have no issues getting there whatsoever. And then we come out of the concert, we get back on the streetcar. Keep in mind we are underground, so we have no idea what the weather conditions are like. When we get above ground, we're like, oh my god, it has been snowing so much. None of these sidewalks are shoveled. How are we possibly going to even get one street over once we get off the streetcar? Also, like during the concert, my chair battery started dying. So I was also freaking out about that. Anyway, we're about 5 stops away from where we need to be, and the streetcar got stuck. There is a mountain of snow that they can't get through on the tracks. And they make everyone get off the streetcar, and they're like, yeah, you're gonna have to find another way home. Thankfully, actually, they couldn't let the ramp out because there was just so much snow. But me and Tess probably waited on the streetcar for like 30 or so minutes. TTC workers were like super kind, and they kept offering us water. They're like, we can order pizza for you if you want. It was nice that we were able to stay and be warm, and then the snowplow came. They removed the snow, and we continued on our way. At this point, it's like after midnight, and we finally got to our stop after all the chaos. And the driver is like, where are you guys going? And we're like, just one street over. But there's like a massive hill that we have to get up. And he looks at the sidewalk, and he's like, I can't even let the ramp out onto the sidewalk. Never mind, is there any way that you guys are going to be able to get over that hill on the sidewalk? We are literally so close to home, but also so far away. So he's like, anyway, don't worry about it. We're gonna call Wheel-Trans, and we're gonna get Wheel-Trans to pick you girls up and bring you to your apartment. So he calls Wheel-Trans, he's like, hey, you need to pick up these girls. And Wheel-Trans is like, okay, sure, but we're actually gonna be hours. I'm just like, oh my gosh, we're gonna have to sleep on the streetcar. We're gonna be here till morning. He's like, no, don't worry about it. He's like, I am going to call a bus. This guy literally calls the bus that's coming, and I guess he was like, you need to pick these girls up and take them home. This bus comes. The streetcar driver was able to like kind of pull the streetcar forward so that me and Tess were able to get out in an area that wasn't filled with too much snow, and kind of like line the bus up so that we could go get off the streetcar and right onto the bus. So then we get onto the bus, and then the one streetcar driver is like, I'm still worried about you guys. I'm scared that you're not going to be able to get to the front door of your apartment. So he actually got on the bus with us. The bus driver drove us directly to our apartment, and the streetcar driver helped us off the bus, and he pushed Tessa right into our building because, again, the sidewalks were full of snow, and there was just practically no way for us to navigate or do this by ourselves. I don't remember all of their names. There was 3 guys. I know that one of the guys' names was Jeff. TTC, if you want to reach out to me, I do have the streetcar number and the bus number, because honestly, these guys deserve so much recognition. I truly do not know how we would have gotten home if it wasn't for them. I had a blast at the concert, and it was such a fun night overall, and we got home safe and sound thanks to them. But I guess this is just a little glimpse into why winter sucks so much when you have a wheelchair. So
It's fabulous. Now, you heard Tori mention the work of a few TTC employees during the experience, and I want to let you know we have 2 of them here this morning. Operators Jeff Matheson as well as Sajid Mukbul went above and beyond to ensure that both Tori and Tess got the transportation they need. I'm going to take a picture with another here. You know, I just let people know that their work really is representative of the kind of service excellence that happens daily at the TTC, and this one was very touching. I thought it was important to bring to the board. Commissioners, I just going to, before a couple of things to finish up on, I also want to advise you that on March 31st, and again this past Monday, myself, as well as CEO of Metrolinx, Phil Versta, as well as senior representatives from Crosslinks Transit Solutions, we toured the Eglinton Crosstown LRT station. And I just want to remind you that the TTC and Metrolinx and Crosslinks, we're really working on a good relationship together and looking to the success of this moving this project forward. We don't have a firm opening date at this time, but the project is moving forward as we look at the number of phases in front of us. You know, and these include our testing, commissioning, and the certification of documentation to ensure that the system is safe and reliable, and that we're looking forward to getting it up and operational, getting customers on board as soon as possible. So we'll keep you updated along those lines. I just thought it was important to let you know that we've done it a few times. We're going to be meeting on a bi-weekly basis going forward. As we prepare to recognize for Earth Day on April 22nd, the month of April represents the perfect opportunity to learn more about the TTC's environmentally conscious initiatives that are taking shape. Public transit is already clean and a green choice when it comes to getting around the city and the region. Transit takes cars off our congested roads and reduces gridlock. And the TTC is taking additional steps to ensure that we're even a greener choice. Next week, we're planning to display an exciting new initiative at our Birchmount Garage in Scarborough as we pilot the new vehicle charging system that uses overhead pantographs. You know, we're not giving too much away because we will be talking about electrification of fleet in the coming months, but what we have in place here is really is suited to get us to 50% of our fleet to be all electric by 2030 with 100% by 2040. And we're on target to beat those dates today. I'd also like to thank our friends at Polarized Vodka for sponsoring free service on the 510 Spadina route this past Tuesday for the Blue Jays home opener. Thousands of Blue Jays fans took advantage of this free trip to watch our Jays, I'll say, tame the Detroit Tigers with a dominating 9-3 win. So just want to say good luck to the Jays this year. Hope they have another great season. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity as well to remind everyone that Friday the 28th, April 28th, is the National Day of Mourning. On this day, the TTC will lower flags to half-mast to pay tribute to those who perished or suffered serious injury or illness on the job. As I stated earlier, safety of our employees, customers, and the communities we serve is paramount to all that we do. On April 28th, we will be encouraging our employees to take a personal moment to think about coworkers and reflect on the importance of safety in the workplace. So with that, now I'm going to turn it over to Betty Hossurgeon and the team to speak.
Thank you very much, Rick. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, board members. In February, we provided this board with an overview of the community safety issues facing the TTC. These challenges include mental health issues, substance use issues, use of the TTC as a temporary shelter, particularly at night, and resultant cleanliness, security, and random acts of violence. We reported then that there was a rise in incidents against employees and customers across the system since late last year, warranting an increased response. We know the root causes of these incidents are complex and require comprehensive, coordinated solutions. We spoke to you about multidisciplinary initiatives we had undertaken in collaboration with our partners at the City of Toronto with the objectives that you see on this slide. Today, we continue to work with our city partners at the interdivisional table that we established back in January. This table supports the joint community safety interests and allows for enhanced cross-divisional communications as well as sharing of best practices and lessons learned for all involved. Going forward, we will continue to monitor and assess the effectiveness of these initiatives, and we will return in June with a more comprehensive update. To present the initial outcomes from this multidisciplinary approach, you'll hear from 5 other individuals today because we think it's important you see some of the faces behind this interdivisional table. Presenting today, we have from the TTC, Wendy Reuter, our Head of Research and Analytics, and Keisha Campbell, our Chief Diversity and Culture Officer, who are sitting beside me. From Toronto Police Services, joining us virtually, we have Lauren Pogue, Deputy Chief of Police. From the City of Toronto, sitting over there, we have Ryan Holford, Street Outreach Program Officer with Streets to Homes Program, and Wayne Chu, sitting next to him, Manager at Scale with Social Development, Finance, and Administration Division. Now, I will turn it over to Wendy.
Thank you, Betty. Next slide, please. As we've been saying, these are complex issues, and it's still early days. Some of the initiatives that we've had in place have only started 4 to 6 weeks ago. However, we are seeing that some of our initiatives, our interventions, are making a difference. We're also seeing that the data that we're using in new ways is starting to shed some new insights, and particularly as we work with our city partners, gain new perspectives. However, we're not where we need to be, and that's what we'll take you through now. Next slide, please. As you can see from this slide, along with our city partners, we've been working together to ensure that safety, community safety in TTC is a top priority. Many players involved at this point. So on the right, we have TTC Special Constables. Their role is as first responder and also law enforcement. We have TPS over on the right-hand side, also as a first responder and law enforcement. We've introduced security guards in the last number of weeks, whose role is not law enforcement, but is there for assurance, second set of eyes, and is allowing our special constables to expand their presence as a first responder. We've also introduced community safety ambassadors who are principally focused on the safety and security and the immediate needs of those who present as underhoused or have complex needs and support their most immediate needs. Of course, we also have Streets to Homes, who will be sharing more information later, whose role is to offer street outreach and housing supports, and you'll hear from directly. And then also, of course, MDOT, who's a multidisciplinary outreach service supporting mental health and physical health outreach services. At the hub of all of this is TTC's transit control, ensuring that there's connections between our regular operations.
Needs to be closer.
Can't hear me. I'll have to project. At the hub of this is TTC's transit control, ensuring coordination throughout the day and communication across all of these partners. Next slide, please. So how are we using the data? We're using our data in new ways, as I mentioned, to identify where hotspots are, where we're seeing areas of incidents. We're using this information to decide deployment plans for our special constables, deployment plans for security guards, which differ from the role of special constables, deployment plans for the community safety ambassadors as well, putting them in places where they are most likely to be close to those that we're looking to support. We're also using data to inform Streets to Homes locations and times of day, monitor TTC's environment, and a quick example on the right-hand side is where we're monitoring changes over time, and where we're seeing incident improvements in the blue, and where we're seeing incident changes emerging in pink, being areas that we need to focus deployment. Next slide, please. In addition to how we're using data, we've also got coordinated communications on a daily basis working through TTC. Our customers can use any of the communication resources over on the left-hand side, whether it's speaking to a TTC employee, whether it's speaking to a security guard or a community safety ambassador. They may reach emergency services through TTC's transit control. Similarly, through our technology solutions and access, also go through TTC's transit control, who then can dispatch the resources that are most needed. Next slide, please. So now we get to some of our monitoring. First place we're monitoring is offenses against our customers. This is a metric that shows up in the CEO report. It's in the report that's before the board today with information up until the end of February. This graph is showing the results as of March, and what we saw is a turnaround in terms of the rate of offenses against customers in February and a further decline in that rate of offenses again in March. When we last met at the February board meeting, we'd indicated that the daily rate of offenses against customers was about 5 a day. As of March, it's 3.3, just as a bit of context. So positive movement, but again, not where we need to be. Next slide, please. Offenses against employees. While offenses against employees have declined since January when these initiatives began, however, not to the degree that they have with customers. In January, this would have represented an offense rate of 3.7 per day. By March, we see this as 3.6. The increases that we did see in March contributing to this were around the areas of threats and harassments. And we anticipate that some of this is as a result of greater reporting with our See Something, Say Something initiative for customers and our employees. Next slide, please. Satisfaction with personal safety. Important metric for TTC is understanding how our customers are feeling about our service. And how they're feeling about their sense of personal safety is one of the elements that drives their satisfaction, and one of the ways that we're looking to understand how customers are feeling about their sense of safety on TTC. We've seen this decline in recent months. However, through March, we did see a slow increase, which is positive. Again, not where we need it to be. Customer satisfaction, personal safety is a lagging indicator. We know this takes time to turn around. But this is a positive indication that we're seeing through March. We're also seeing the effect that this has had on customer satisfaction overall, with TTC's customer satisfaction increasing from 71% in February to 76% in March, just showing how closely related personal safety is to customers' overall sense of satisfaction. Next slide, please. More immediately, we see the results of calls into our customer service regarding safety and security. So these are non-urgent calls. This is where customers are communicating with our customer service office, explaining where they have concerns and questions about TTC service. And safety and security is one of the top 10 topics that they will communicate about. We've seen that the rate of those calls have decreased in February and again in March, indicating to us that customers have fewer reasons. They're calling into us less time about their concerns around safety and security. We've also seen that the safety and security calls have dropped to be the seventh most common reason that customers will call in. Next slide, please. Before I turn it over to Lauren Pogue, just one last slide, just a bit of insights in terms of the resources that we see providing community safety supports within our network and their activities to date. So within Special Constables Group, in a general month, you'll see that they have about 2,500 calls for support. The majority of the time, these calls are responded to. Special constables are able to support customers in place, provide de-escalation, calm the waters, and only in a small percentage of times are these actually resulting in offenses. Similarly, we're seeing patterns with our security and community safety ambassadors as well. By putting our security in places where there's hotspots and they can most immediately respond to customers and stakeholders' needs, they're able to address issues in place, de-escalate, calm waters. With our security guards, we're seeing that action happening about 60% of the time, and then escalating to transit control for additional support, whether that's special constables or police, about 40% of the time. Similarly, with our community safety ambassadors, we're seeing that by placing those community safety ambassadors in places where the issues that they can respond to are known to be most likely, they're able to respond to issues in place about 90% of the time and only need to escalate to transit control and additional supports about 10% of the time. So with that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to Lauren Pogue, Deputy Chief, Toronto Police Services.
Hi, good morning, thank you. So in January, the Toronto Police Service responded in support of the TTC with dedicated policing resources, and this was to address the immediate safety concerns and the perception of safety on the transit system. And we did this with 80 callback officers who worked on their days off and were paid overtime. So the proactive enforcement was intelligence-led, and it targeted key subway stations across the transit system where we saw the highest volume of emergency calls. And our objective was to deter crime but also promote safety by providing collaborative support with the TTC and the city to address the public safety concerns. So in mid-March, when TTC and the city had additional measures in place, we moved to a response model utilizing police officers on duty in a whole of service approach from all of our 16 police divisions. So we went from paying overtime callback money to on-duty resources. And again, this was a strategic intelligence-led, and we prioritized safety across the service through daily high visibility proactive patrols. And these were done at key times across the city in the transit system and on some of the surface routes as well. And we continue to do this today as part of supporting TTC. And where that's different is previous to the concerns, we would respond to calls for service, and there were some proactive patrols going on as well. But certainly this is now a whole of service engagement across the city. So while we deployed to address the safety, our officers encountered many vulnerable individuals, which resulted in our officers making close to 300 referrals for community resources and supports. So our 80 officers that were in the system were each provided with a list of supports when they encountered individuals. And 57% of these referrals were for people who required housing or underhoused. In addition to the referrals we made, there was also 169 arrests for criminality and 34 mental health apprehensions where our officers took people in crisis for mental health assessment and supports. Next slide, please. So this graph shows our TTC-related calls and our mental health apprehensions as well. So the slide starts in January of 2019, the start of the pandemic, and we've seen these calls increase, peaking this past January 2023. So our calls for wellness went up 94%, calls for violence were up 26%, persons in crisis increased by 82%, and our mental health apprehensions were up by 10%. If you look forward to the period between January and March, where both police patrols and other things were put in place, we see a decline. And there's some key insights into how the increased visibility at TTC subways may have helped reduce violent calls. So those violent calls are now down 13%, and persons in crisis are down 20%. We have had an increase in mental health apprehensions since January, but again, it could be attributed to just our police presence in the system, which again, wasn't regular unless we were getting called for a specific incident. So again, we're engaging with many people who require those mental health supports. Slide 14, please. In this slide, you just see a little bit of a summary of some of the things that we were tracking since we've been in the system in January. So 105 intake reports at subway stations and bus routes. We've spent about in excess of 26,000 hours patrolling, and that resulted in the referrals I spoke about earlier. And of note as well that not everybody that we referred accepted referral either. So 44% accepted and 41% declined. And as you can see, again, 57% was the greatest amount of referrals for housing-related services, and then food-related and mental health were next. Next slide, please. So 28 of I've gone too far in advance. 28 of the referrals were made to Streets to Homes specifically, and then over 100 referrals were to various warming centers, shelters, hospitals, and different community resources across the city. And the majority of those were made along some of the larger Yonge Street subway stations. So we saw Union Station, Bloor Yonge, Dundas, Queen, Wellesley College. And again, these were where we saw our greatest calls for service and greatest concern for safety as well from our data. Next slide, please. And again, just to recap, we had 169 arrests, which resulted in 140 charges to those individuals and 34 mental health apprehensions. So that would be at a threshold of somebody that we couldn't just refer, somebody that actually required mental health assessment and support right away. And that's it for me. Thank you.
That will be next slide, please.
So I'm going to be talking a little bit about Streets to Homes outreach site visits conducted from the period of August 2020 up until March of this year. When you look at this graph, you'll notice that from August 2020 to June 2022, Streets to Homes had 28.3 site visits on the TTC system for the month. That accounted for 1.3% of all Streets to Homes site visits across the city. In October of 2022, you would see a significant increase in the amount of site visits across TTC locations, and that had a lot to do with the change in our service agreement that came into place with TTC in October of 2022. Specifically, what we had at that moment was one outreach team, which accounted for 2 frontline outreach staff on the morning shift, followed by another team on the afternoon. And we worked jointly with special constables to provide outreach supports across the TTC. That led to an escalation in the number of sites we were able to attend. More specifically, from October 2022 to March 2023, we averaged 193 site visits on the TTC per month. And you'll see further escalation in the months of February and March as we had another enhancement of staff join in the TTC program, as we had staff on the TTC morning, afternoon, and overnight, and with a significant change in the way in which we conducted our outreach. Prior to February and March, we were doing joint outreach with special constables, but the change in February was Streets to Homes doing outreach independent of special constables, as we now had a really good understanding of the locations, the places folks were staying, and we were proactively now engaging at locations on our own. Next slide. This slide provides you with an overview of individuals that Streets to Homes have observed, engaged, and have accepted services. The first, if you follow the graph in sequential order, you'll notice that the Streets to Homes early on in October, we were engaging with 1.6 individuals at each site we visited, followed by the number of individuals who we engaged with. 45% of people we engaged with in October accepted services, and you'll notice that that acceptance of service escalated each month from that point on. Interesting to note that with the additional teams brought on in February of 2023 and the change in our service model, we working independently and also proactively. Before February of this year, what we were doing was being dispatched to locations, and the significant change was now we are responding to locations across the system without being called. So we're just showing up at TTC locations based on data we're receiving from scale teams. We now have a sense of the trends of where people are and when they're coming to specific stations, and we have tailored our response due to that information. Next slide. This slide is the slide that I'm most proud to always speak about. It's a direct indicator of the successes Streets to Homes is having on the system. With the enhancement of our teams, you'll notice that from October till March of this year, we have made over 314 referrals from TTC locations into shelter spaces. There's a tremendous increase in February and March of this year. And part of that has to do with not just access to indoor space, but also the working alongside our funded partners and other city divisions such as the Works, YMCA, and MDOT on the system. We now have a really good understanding of the folks who are on the system, and it has resulted in making successful referrals inside. You will also notice that the bulk of the referrals that you see on the screen are coming from 2 prime locations, and that's Union Station, which accounts for 47% of all referrals that we've made, and the other location would be Spadina Station. Both of those locations, based on the information we received from the scale team and also observations just from on the ground, we know that's where the bulk of individuals are located, and as such, it has resulted in the bulk of referrals. And with that, I'll pass it over to Wayne.
Thank you, Ryan. You've just seen a number of trends from the many partners working on this issue. What I would like to do at this point is to provide a holistic integrated analysis. This analysis has been conducted by my team at the Safetio Collaborative Analytics and Learning Environment, or SCALE. Next slide, please. For those of you who are not familiar with SCALE, we are a multi-sectoral analytics team within the City of Toronto's Social Development, Finance, and Administration Division that was created as a result of the city's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, SAFE-TO. SCALE provides the city and partners working on community safety and well-being issues in Toronto with technical expertise, platforms, and data to build situational awareness, conduct systemic analysis, and ultimately identify preventative interventions we can take in the long term. For the work that we are doing with the TTC, we are helping to coordinate the integration of data across many of the partners that you've heard from today, developing secure internal dashboards of integrated data, and offering other analytical support to support the efforts of everyone who are working as a system. Next slide, please. So currently, we're working to assess the degree to which interventions from community-focused approaches, such as Streets to Homes, community safety ambassadors, and other community responses on the TTC, the degree to which they've been having an impact on the number of calls for service that would be directed to special constables. And as part of this analysis, we are specifically focusing on interventions being made at the 7 hotspot locations, 7 subway stations that have been identified as areas where we should concentrate our efforts. So on this slide here, looking at the green line at the bottom, we see that the number of Streets to Homes referrals made at these 7 locations has been steadily increasing since the partnership with the TTC began at the beginning of the year and the new program model was initiated. We are currently working to receive data from other interventions beyond just Streets to Homes, but for the purposes of this analysis, which is preliminary, we're using these data as a proxy for these community-focused responses. Over the same period, if you look in the middle on the red line, we see a promising downward trend in the number of calls for service to special constables related to issues being experienced by individuals with complex needs. So just to reiterate that, we're not looking at all calls. We are looking at specific calls to special constables that would be in scope for a Streets to Homes or related type of response. And so we see a downward trend over the same period. And this is occurring within the context of increased pressures across the system overall, as signaled by the number of Toronto Police Service calls for service in transit locations, which is the yellow line at the top. So what do we make of these data? For us, with the caveat that this analysis is preliminary, and we will want to examine other data points to contextualize what is going on. We do feel that these data do confirm what Wendy and others have indicated earlier, that these new interventions, these focused interventions, may be successfully diverting cases that would otherwise have been attended to by special constables, and that a positive impact is occurring. These early indicators are validating, and we will continue to monitor these trends as we continue to receive more data on the various responses occurring within the system. So I'd now like to turn it back to the TTC to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Wayne. As you've heard today, there have been quite a bit of work done over the last few months, and there's still more work to do. At our core, the TTC continues to take a compassionate and safety-first approach to combat the 5 key challenges that Betty spoke to at the beginning of this presentation. Those 5 key challenges are mental health issues, substance use issues, the use of the TTC as a temporary shelter at night, security issues, and then random acts of violence. At the end of my remarks, I'll speak a bit about some work we're doing specifically related to those who are seeking shelter within the system. So what's the key takeaway today? Progress has been made, and this progress would not be possible without a collaborative and intentional approach. As mentioned earlier, we continue to meet weekly with our city partners to build on the work we have to do to ensure the system is safe for our customers and employees. So much so, the CEO and myself went onto the system last Thursday night and walked with our partners at Streets to Home and staff at Union Station between the hours of 10 p.m. and 2:30 a.m. This was done with our Director of Diversity, Marlon, and our Head of Stations, Jamal. and we wanted to do this ahead of the warmer weather. We know that this outreach may need to pivot and look a bit different in the upcoming months. And with our city partners to support as many as possible who are in need of transitioning outside of our station. We wanted to use or see what could happen with compassion if we helped those who needed access to beds. With our partners, we participated in a full planning session ahead of our site visit. We proactively worked with Ryan and his team at Streets to Homes to secure over 18 dedicated beds for the TTC. We were also able to receive extra Streets to Homes staff for the night, and our teams worked with the community ambassadors, Streets to Homes team, and TPS to get ready for the evening ahead and this change in approach. As we remain true to our principles, which include a compassionate, people-first, non-enforcement approach, what did we learn? There were many lessons, but I want to highlight 5 that I felt made a difference. 1, first of all, many people have transitioned out of the station with the warmer weather. 2, an integrated, visible, and coordinated approach is incredibly important for success given the complex health issues people are facing. 3rd, early in the evening, we noticed that people left when asked. But when we look at later on in the evening, however, having beds for individuals was really critical for those who were in need of transitioning out of the system. And lastly, I would say transport to shelters was time-intensive and a cumbersome exercise. And maybe I'll sneak one more in. I would say most importantly, we could not perform this pilot last Thursday without the expertise of Community One Solutions and Streets to Homes. As partners, I'd like to extend a huge thank you to Ryan and his team and the TTC staff for the work that was done to get us ready for Thursday. And here are some early observations. Dedicated beds for the underhoused and more dedicated Streets to Home staff would be important as we think about the future. Dedicated community ambassadors are invaluable as part of this process. And lastly, permanent funding and continued collaborative approach will be necessary as we think about the future. Further to all the work you see on the screen that's underway, there are some initiatives that are continuing and coming in the months ahead, which include, 1, we will continue to focus on presence and visibility in the system because it makes a difference. 2nd, we'll continue our integrated deployment with our city partners. And 3rd, this fall, we look to have warming buses to support the transition of people that need help moving from our systems. So with that, I'd like to thank you for listening to us at the TTC and our partners over the last little bit.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, I'm just going to take it back, and then we'll give it to the board for questions. So thank you, everybody. I can tell you when we were out last Thursday night, it was one of the most touching things I've ever done in my life, talking to these individuals and waiting with them to get on a taxi to go to a shelter, and they were very grateful for that opportunity. I'll just remind the board that our next scheduled meeting will take place just about 3 weeks from now on May 8th. Chair, that concludes my opening remarks, and I'll put it back to you for any questions to the staff.
Thank you very much for everyone involved. I know Councillor Holliday had some questions. Right, we'll start with you, then Councillor Mantis.
The chair's report?
I think it's kind of wide open.
Yeah, all this stuff.
Yeah.
I think almost.
Okay, who doesn't want to ask questions? Oh, thank you. We'll go down the row. Councillor Moyes, did you have any questions? Okay, Councillor Holliday. What's that? For now, of course.
Thank you, Chair. Do my best here. And maybe we'll start with some of the security matters. I'm just curious, the Streets to Homes work, when you encountered individuals, did you encounter them while in motion, I guess, on a vehicle, or was it predominantly while resting or loitering, I guess, at a station?
It would be a bit of both.
Okay.
So we have with the time we've spent in the system and our knowledge of clients, there's 2 things that happen. we have a visual understanding of who we're working with, who's homeless. So oftentimes we may say, hey, that's client we met with last week.
Right.
So there's one. The other thing is, especially at Union Station during the winter months, we actively saw individuals bedded down in the station. So it was a bit of both.
So that's where I want to, so you said there were 7 stations, but you've clearly found hotspots, places that people go to, they're attracted to. Have we looked at, maybe this is a question for security, have we looked at SEPTED principles and other things that would discourage people from bedding down, I guess, or loitering in certain hotspots? Is there something that is attracting people to locations that we could treat to make them less attractive?
Through the chair, if I could take that. We had that exact observation last Thursday night. Up until midnight, people just move on. But about 10 past 12, there was like 18 people at once that they riding their bikes into the station. As we're all there trying to talk to them, they inundate into the station. Other areas are closed up. The Union Via Go was closed up, for instance, and they all just come right in and go right to their spots. And we went right to talk to them, and they were very engaging, but they were there. They actually thanked us for letting them stay in the winter, and they understood it was over.
Okay, so maybe that helps me understand. So there isn't necessarily a correlation to the environment around a station. It sounds like they are just known as places to go. And so people find their way because it's a spot. Okay, it's very helpful information. Thank you for that. If I may ask some different questions to you, CEO, there's a little line item about the future of mask usage on the TTC. Could you just let us know what we can expect over time about our mask policy?
Through the chair, I'll look at it 2 ways. I'm going to turn one part of it over to Wendy, but my discussions with the union is we've always left it open to union employees if they feel comfortable that they could wear a mask. We're pre-COVID, that wasn't a policy. So we've just been very open about that, especially since we've learned many people wear it to protect others. So we leave it that way. Wendy, if you wouldn't mind, just on the public part of it.
Certainly. On the customer side of things, we continue to say that masks are strongly recommended. They're not enforced. We make masks available at stations. If customers choose to use one, we have some available that they can pick up. And at present, we're continuing to monitor whether customers are wearing masks. And that may cease in the coming weeks. But up until now, we've been monitoring.
Will we have a point in time where we no longer make a public statement that they're encouraged? Is there an end point envisioned, or is this forever?
Through the chair, so we work closely with Toronto Public Health, and any decisions we make will be based on advice and guidance through them. So at the moment, there's no there's no intention of changing it, but we will continue to monitor and work with Toronto Public Health once we're ready to make that decision to make any changes.
Another safety-related question. There's been a lot of comment and chatter in the media about cell phones and calling 911. We talked a little bit about it today. Calling 911 while you're in a tunnel or underground. And this has troubled me a little bit. And I wondered if we could just get a bit of clarity around what the best practice is or the best and wisest course is for a customer that has encountered a situation where they need to get emergency help, whether it's somebody that is in fallen or medical distress, or there's a fight breakout, or some other threat. I guess you'd never tell someone not to call 911, but what's the logical best thing to do?
If I could, through the chair, what we advertise heavily with fraud our stations is the yellow strip on our trains. Right? That's the first thing that anybody should do if they see something on board, very subtly touching it. It automatically notifies the operator that there's an issue on board. He or she would automatically notify the control center and dispatch people to the next stop. It won't continue until someone gets to see what's happening on the vehicle. The operator themselves also walk back at the next stop to make sure we address the incident.
So if a customer calls 911, the operator of the train has no clue what's happening in that train. So is it a recommendation then that you hit the yellow strip, or get off and go get help, or press one of the buttons? Or I think you've got the Safe app now.
Right. We always recommend, through the chair, we always recommend if you're on that vehicle, you hit the yellow strip. If you're near the operator's cab, you could tap on the operator. In a station, we have staff in the station. We recommend go directly to them. Or in stations, we have emergency call buttons as well that would go right to dispatch. Someone would answer and dispatch the appropriate EMS, police, fire.
Okay. I had one more question, and that was just generally about the BAI Rogers process that is unfolded before us. Has this been before the board before? Is this this didn't arrive in the last couple of weeks due to public concerns. Is there something that we could, and I've only been on the board for a limited period of time, is there something that you could help me understand the breadth and depth of this conversation and how long it's been ongoing and who's been involved? Just a general idea, that something we could say in public.
That was your last question.
So are you talking specifically with respect to Rogers and BAI?
Correct. I mean, this just didn't happen in a week.
Yeah.
What could the board know, especially for new people like me, about how long this has been going on and who's been involved?
Yeah, so I think through the chair, I think the first time that we went back to the board was in April of 2022, and I think there was a follow-up report in May of 2022, and then a further report in July of 2022 that had a term sheet with respect to any amendments that were being recommended.
So the board gave direction about this before?
The board gave direction.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mantis.
Thank you, Chair. Currently on the system, how many people do we have that are experiencing homelessness on a given day? On a given day, how many people do we have on the system that are experiencing homelessness?
This is a challenging question. The nature of our business is to move people. And so to be able to identify how many people might be on our system is challenging because of movement. It's also challenging because of identification. You know, how one might define or identify somebody that's homelessness can be from a general sense of observation, but not specific. But we are using our technology and doing observationals where the technology is available so that we can give a sense of who we believe is representing as being underhoused or might have complex needs, and providing those counts by time of day and location. When we do that, we're able to do this in fixed locations, not necessarily on our mobile assets. And from that, we can see that our observationals have declined. They did start to decline in March, even before the warm weather. We say that is likely attributable to many of the services that we've had in place. And roughly speaking, and to get back to your question about how many, we might say that there is, on average, about 50 people throughout our system in stationary locations on a typical day. 50.
So when the stations close in the evening, we know that we have 50 people that are still in the station or on a bus.
Generally speaking, yes.
And we only have 18 beds that we were able to secure for these people?
Through the chair to you, Commissioner, that was a one-night activity that Rick was talking about that happened last Thursday. On that specific night, there was 18 beds for a real focused outreach effort at Union Station. Every day, the Streets to Homes team goes out. They have a dedicated bunch of shelter beds that they have access to, that they connect with people about and offer those referrals indoors. So I think to date, we've referred just under 300 people into shelter beds from January 1st this year.
So if we know that we have 50 people every day, every evening, wouldn't we be able, and they're willing to go to a shelter bed, wouldn't we be able to see how we could acquire 50 beds to be able to provide shelter for these individuals?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Through the chair to you, Commissioner. So, since January 1st, we've referred 388 unique individuals. So, it's not perhaps that there's 50 unique individuals, and once we connect with them and they're referred into shelter, that, you know, this issue may be over. I think that we're seeing different faces over the course of time, that the staff are in the system, and I think, as Ryan mentioned, working closely with the special constables and other folks, we're getting a better understanding every day that we're in the system around who is there and what their needs are.
Thank you. Commissioner Jagdeo?
Through the chair, thank you so much for that very insightful presentation, and I'm excited by the safety Avengers that were assembled today. So that was fantastic. I have a couple of questions. There obviously is a series of amazing initiatives and different types of responses that are going to be executed over the next several months, and we've already started to see some of those solutions come to pass in terms of their effectiveness. I suppose one of the questions I'm likely going to have in the next several months is which one of these interventions is sort of working the most as we start to think about what we should be prioritizing, because we've deployed police officers, we've had discussions on de-escalation and having that done in the trains and subways themselves. So what's the hunch? I know it's probably a tough question, but where is the data really pointing towards?
I still have my mic on from the last question. The hunch, what we're seeing right now is the effect of an ecosystem. You know, we introduced many initiatives all at the same time. And distinguishing which has had the greatest effect is quite difficult just a few weeks in. This is something that we're going to be endeavoring to do over the coming month and report back to the board in June. But one of the things that we do identify is the importance of having presence. And so I would imagine that some of our findings might lean in that direction.
Excellent, thank you. This is sort of on the same lines of thinking around those 911 calls, because I think that there's certainly an issue with communicating how to get in touch with the TTC for safety and concerned issues, right? We're constantly seeing media reports of people having a fear of trying to call 911 in a dead zone, when we learned today from our friends at Rogers that if you call 911, you theoretically could get onto a radio wave and that number will be, or that call will be made. Have we seen an intake or an increase in the use of the DWA, I guess, machines or communication services? And the second question, or just sort of a part B to that, is are we also seeing an increase on yellow stripes and its usage? And if not, how do we increase the awareness around those two opportunities to get in touch with the TTC?
Yeah, I'll maybe let my colleagues from Transit Control speak to Yellow Strip and others, but we have seen an increase in the adoption of the Safe TTC app. And while it can't communicate directly in some periods when we're underground, it's a very practical tool for 70% of our customers who are traveling above ground. And that includes 25% of our subway customers as well, since many of our stations and track are above ground. So it's a useful tool there, and we have seen an uptake with the promotion of that resource.
Through the chair, maybe I'll jump in on that one. What we're also doing is we've heard feedback around how complicated it may be to access or understand what communication mediums are available to you. So our head of marketing is actually working on some campaigns at the moment in different languages for different customers to help clarify how you get in touch with us and how you access safety supports. So that's also under work.
And I'll add to that as well that we have 2 videos that are now out on YouTube and being pushed through social media explaining what everybody in our system does, so you understand their roles and how to approach them for certain, and also breaking down all of those different steps about the yellow strip and how people should use it. So we'll make sure those are both in your inbox. They went live today.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ainsley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions for the CEO on his report, and I'm going to hide under my newbie designation on some of the questions. My first one is more of a request. If somebody could send me an email just to clarify, I'm trying to understand the difference between boardings and rides and fares versus trip. If somebody can just flip me an email on that so I understand that. The other one was around on-time performance. like, what defines on-time performance? Like if, when a bus, I'll use a bus, if it goes into Kennedy Station, like what's the leeway on each, if it's supposed to arrive at 5:15, for example, like, I'm just trying to understand what the on-time is considered. If somebody could flip me something about that, because I did see in the report, it says the goal is that 90% of the vehicles are supposed to be on-time performance. If I could have that information sent to me. Under fleet utilization, there was I'm trying to so there's 551 spare buses was my count. Does that include Wheel-Trans?
Through the chair, I'll look at Rich Wong on this, but no, that's the spare buses are for the main conventional fleet.
Okay, so there's close to, I think my count was 550 odd buses.
Correct.
Okay, so that doesn't, so do we have Wheel-Trans spares, or?
That is correct. We do have Wheel-Trans. We've transitioned from the old family-friendly buses that you're probably familiar with to the ProMaster, I'm sorry, the 6-meter and 7-meter vehicles.
Okay. And then for our spares, is there an industry standard that we try to meet, or is this just, like buses, again, we have over 500 buses spare. Is there an industry standard around we have to have so many in reserve, or?
Absolutely. Yeah, through the chair, absolutely. You know, what we do in the industry is like 20 to 22% spare ratio for vehicles. It's gone up from about 18% just 10 or 15 years ago because of all the technology that we've put on vehicles to do preventive maintenance. Now, I say that, but at the same time, we're looking at the new hybrid and the electric vehicles, knowing they're more reliable. So this, it's something we're going to assess as we go forward. I also want to add that many times we keep the fleet high because of the construction elements too. So it could sway 100 vehicles any one time because of construction in the season. So we try to project that as well.
Okay, all right. And then the on-time performance metrics that were there, the one thing, so for buses, streetcars, there was a pretty detailed information around impact on snow and construction and problems they hit. But there's nothing for subway. Like it talks about delays, but there's no, do we track the different delays for why a subway train might leave the terminal at one end and it rolls in late at the other?
We do have that as well. You know, we'll make sure we put that in the next CEO report. I would tell you that the bus and the streetcars are the ones that are so much more difficult to track because of what happens on the streets as opposed to the subway, the main line, unless there's someone on the right of way or something happens, which delays it. We'll add that information. Thank you for that.
Okay, all right. And then my techie one on bus routes, there was a reference to root cause diagnostic assessment. I was like, what the heck is that?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Lawrence Louis if he'd be the right.
If I can have it in a nutshell.
Lawrence, right?
Or an email.
Councillor, through the chair, so in terms of the root cause analysis, this is something that we're doing in terms of, there's a multidisciplinary working group for on-time performance right now, where if we see performance under 90%, we're looking at all the root causes. Is it a terminal condition? Is it mixed traffic conditions? Is it specific hotspots? So we could diagnose exactly where it's causing that on-time performance issue.
Okay, and then I guess that will lead into my next question around, there was a reference about routes getting slowed down by construction. Is there anything that we do? Do we interact with the city's transportation department for major construction projects so we can build leeway into a bus schedule for what we know are going to be construction delays?
Through the chair, there's two ways we go through that. First of all, we do work on an ongoing basis with the city and their infrastructure coordination unit and through various tables on construction, where if it's a longer term impact, we schedule changes into our schedules, add time, add vehicles that gets charged back to the capital projects. And then the other piece is when it comes to short-term disruptions, when it comes to construction, we do have a pool of demand-responsive buses that we put on to mitigate those delays and keep the service regular and also deal with some diversions that happen when construction occurs.
Okay, and then my last question, Mr. Chair. So I read somewhere, and I don't think it was in the CEO report, but there's buses referred to as run as directed. But I don't see any, do we use run as directed buses? I didn't see any reference to those, or how do we track, or do those get tracked, or
Through the chair, I'll take that. The chair actually asked for a presentation on, and Lawrence is coming in May to do an outline on how we align service, especially in the bus system, on a daily basis. And part of his presentation will give an overview of how we use runners-directed buses. We have 100% of service that's scheduled, and then we schedule runners-directed buses to get ourselves sometimes above 100% of required service, because we know there are issues that happen on the street every day. Gaps occur, construction, accidents. And what we do is we take these runners directed and we try to fill in the gaps so we can keep it as reliable as possible. We know from Wendy's outreach and our customer satisfaction surveys the importance of reliability of this system, and that's why we use run-in direct buses. I will say that we will provide a briefing note to the entire board in the coming weeks, if that's okay, on the questions you asked about on-time performance and and how to determine ridership. And we'll have Lawrence back with a nice presentation in May.
Okay, and if I can just also have thrown into that, so if I'm sitting at Kings Road and Lawrence and I look at the pole, I use the punch in the code, does a run as directed bus fall into that, or is it just gonna, I'm waiting for a bus because the code says it's gonna show up in 5 minutes, but a run as directed bus is gonna just show up?
Definitely your last question.
That's exactly how we're working with the Clever Devices, the KDVL provider, or the Vision provider, as we determine to try to how we can track those vehicles and do that. But people standing at a station, if they expect a bus every 3 or 4 minutes, they just want that bus there, and the runner directors fill those gaps.
Okay, all right, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of information in that 40 pages. I tried to ask as many questions as I could. Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the information. And I just want to thank everybody that gave us the updates on all of the working with homeless people in Toronto. I go through Union Station all the time, in particular in the subway. So thank you very much for all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner De Laurentiis.
Okay, mine's going to be a quick question. To the CEO, please. But just a comment. I thought the report, just great report. You've really given us a level of transparency to really allow us to understand what's going on and also what's needed. I heard Keisha say in the end that the integrated approach clearly is working. It's going to continue. But my question to the CEO is, does that mean we're going to make it permanent?
Through the chair. Well, as you're aware, that the 2023 operating budget was the first time the TTC actually built in social services to our budget, which is 20 streets to homes. So the intention now is, as we're looking with the direction we're going forward, the intention now, I would say, yes, some element of this will become permanent once the final recommendations are complete. The Streets to Homes individuals do an amazing job integrating with us, but it was also interesting for me to realize these individuals that need their help know these people. There's that personal relationship. I learned a lot in the last 3 months about these relationships. So my understanding from the city is, as long as funding is available, that we can continue to go down this path, that'll be the intent. We're looking at buses for transport for next year, because one of the questions posed, if I may, Commissioner, one of the questions posed about the 60 people in a station or 50 people in a station and how many beds. During the winter, we took a very compassionate approach and did not force people to leave the station. It's now in the nicer weather that we're taking more of an approach to move people along and helping them. But we want to start looking at this to address what we're going to do before, I always say, next December 15th occurs, when the weather starts changing again. So you'll hear more in the coming months on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. It was great feedback and information that you provided here, but I want to just zoom in a little bit. So the people that you engaged, do you know how many were repeat customers, or I'm going to say repeat offenders, but repeats, period?
If we're talking about individuals that are underhoused or have complex needs, I might suggest the question would be better addressed by Ryan.
Through the chair, I don't have that stats right now, but it's easy to track down because anyone we connect with, we have an idea of who they are. I can say for the majority of people who've been referred into shelter spaces, the majority of them are known to Streets to Homes, but they're not repeat referrals. There is a percentage of them that are, but I don't have that information available to me right now.
So another piece I find interesting is that we do recognize that depending on the season, people get onto the system, right? As it warms up, they're in our parks and in our streets. So I know we're talking about TTC right now, but I just feel that we're moving people from one location to another. So the people that are engaging those who are underhoused in the system, are they directing them just outside the system onto the parks, onto the streets?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question, and I'm happy you asked that. So I want to be really clear that when Streets to Homes is engaging with people, there's two things we're trying to do at the same time. One is assess for how can we get this person housed as expeditiously as possible, and number two, can we get this individual immediately in real time into indoor space in the form of available shelter? Over the course of the pandemic, Streets to Homes has housed roughly 700 people who were directly living on the streets into safe, secure housing. So the way my team works, it's through the approach of do what it takes to get them inside in a safe place as soon as possible, but at the same time, keeping a lens available to how we can assist them through that housing process. We take the same approach at encampments and also on the TTC as well.
I'm not sure if the CEO misspoke when he responded, but he said that to get them off the system. So I'm not sure, are your officers getting off the system, taking them off the system onto city streets, or are they working with Streets to Home?
We're working with Streets to Home, through the chair, we're working with Streets to Homes to get people out of the system and get them the help that they need. Like I said, it's been a very compassionate approach. We let them stay during the course of the winter. We actually did a sweep about 11 o'clock at night and encouraged people to go to Spadina and Union Station, where we knew the Streets to Homes were focusing, so they could get those relationships established to help these people. But the intent is to, we want to make sure that the stations are clear of, having 60 people sleep at night and the issues that occur in those matters.
I also saw in the presentation too that there was a corridor of where activities were taking place. Laurel and Young, Dundas Station, Queen Station, Union Station. So are we having more Streets to Home people and more special constables along those hot spots, want to call them?
Through the chair, that's correct. I was at Queen this morning. It's a hot spot. You might have seen the video earlier in the week where people stay. We have people going through the station, encouraging people to move on, cleaning those areas as quickly as possible, as you could imagine, but making sure that they're familiar with Streets to Homes to get them the help they need.
Okay, I have 1 minute left, so I'm going to pivot a little bit. So in regards to your report here, ridership, customer boarding a bus, it says that bus remains the busiest of all modes with another post-pandemic record, over 1.1 million. So that's up 79%. So if buses are the busiest mode, versus streetcar and subway, why are we cutting bus service?
Through the chair, we still have, as you recall, when we did the budget, we outlined that although we do 91% average service hours across the entire system, what we've done is 94% when it comes to the bus service. I'm going to ask Lawrence Louie, because Lawrence, you and I have to chat. You have some nice changes coming up. Could you identify that for the board, please?
Thanks, Rick, and through the chair. So before I talk about some of those changes we have coming up in May, I do want to state just in terms of our approach to planning that equity and diversity is central to our processes, and we know that we do have a lot of room for improvement. We know that some of the service changes that we've made over in this spring are on routes that affect neighborhoods and geographies with the greater social need, and we know that was highlighted recently in a TMU report. But within the challenging fiscal environment that we're in, I believe that our team has achieved a balance between protecting accessibility and service coverage for all users across the city, regardless of mode. And as Rick just mentioned, we do have a higher percentage of service on bus than we do compared to pre-pandemic on other routes, and that is or other modes, and that is very much for us to protect the bus service, as Commissioner, you stated. So in terms of the service changes that we do have coming up in May, which will be communicated to our customers in the coming weeks as we finalize the schedules and operators choose their work this week. There was a very long lead time for internal consultations on these changes because of the volume and because of many aspects that are influencing service coming up in May, and that includes construction. We are making changes on the subway, and that is being aligned to ridership, but it's important to note that we do have an ability to increase subway service on a day-to-day process in terms of the needs on our system, but we deliberately did align service deeper on the subway for the specific reason of protecting more bus service. So, going to the 8-minute service, but then providing extra service as special events need, allowed us to protect more hours of service on bus. That is very much because we wanted to protect the bus service for more customers now as we monitor the patterns as we go into the fall, and we can make further adjustments to service based on where we see demand. We are making some service changes in May I want to highlight on the bus side. First of all, we are increasing service on the Markham Road corridor, which is very busy in Scarborough. And that includes changes to improve reliability, but also extending express service from Shepherd to Steeles Avenue, which means new express bus service for over 1,800 customers per day. We are also going to be increasing frequency on overnight bus service on Jane, Finch West, Finch East, and Wilson, going from a 30-minute service to a 20-minute service, and that benefits over 1,500 customers every day in the overnight period. We're also going to improve some seasonal services, including Bluffers Park, which is something that a lot of customers rely on. I do want to just provide a preview that in June we are excited to trial new weekday service on that service down to Bluffers Park that a lot of customers were provided a lot of positive feedback on. And all of this is really through a lot of reallocation and going back to that business of usual to use our service standards to align service with ridership, move it to where it's needed, and that's something that we'll continue to do in the fall as we get more ridership information.
Thank you. Okay, I have a couple questions. Thank you.
Can I ask one more?
8 minutes, yeah.
I think you started.
No, you're done. He beat you. I mean, I didn't think that was possible. Sorry for my curt answer, but 8 minutes, yeah, was very generous. So I think it's to Wendy and her team. You were mentioning about offenses against employees. Do you have data on the mode of transport? So like in terms of the numbers of offenses against employees, is it primarily on the streetcar or the bus or the subway, or is it just an aggregate?
Thanks. No, right now it is just an aggregate. We definitely do see differentiation by roles as well as by mode. I don't have the specifics with me.
Would you be able to break that down for
Yes.
another meeting? Okay, thank you. And just wanted to understand the community safety ambassadors. Who could explain their role? I mean, we know special constables, we know streets to homes, but the community safety ambassadors, and we know the security officers, but they're a little more opaque.
Okay. All right. So this is a team of about 20 that individuals that are not law enforcement, but have experience working in shelter systems. They understand that dynamic. They've been trained to support that stakeholder group in areas of security in shelter environment. And we've taken those skills and brought them into TTC because they understand that community and can provide that calming of waters, that point of contact to help with security in areas where we have concentrations of individuals that are underhoused.
Thank you for that. So I think that's it for questions, comments, and otherwise. I'll continue to hold this item because we have an in-camera item related to it at the end of the public agenda. So moving on to the second item, next item of business, item number 2, approve minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit, ACAT. I'll turn the mic over to Anita and thank her for patiently waiting for her opportunity. Thank you very much, Anita.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Burnside, Mr. Leary, and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to update this board on some of the initiatives of ACAT. The members of ACAT have reviewed, discussed, and made recommendations on numerous issues. We have promoted travel training to assist transit riders to use the system safely and with confidence. Improvements to FOS, the Family of Services, to accommodate disabled persons while using public transportation. Identified an issue with railings at York University Station, which could pose a safety issue for persons with low vision or other disabilities. This could have resulted in potential legal matters for the TTC. This has been rectified by refiguring the handrails to accommodate safer use. Winter barriers, snow, not cleared from bus and streetcar stops by the city in a timely manner, creating a barrier to all riders and increases the difficulties for the disabled to safely travel and slows down service provided to the riders. Re-registration of all Wheel-Trans users who applied before 2017. This will update files and place people in appropriate categories for an equity focus to meet the needs of passengers and meet ALDA requirements. Common safety standards between Metrolinx and the TTC. And lastly, streamlining the appeals process. The subcommittees and our TTC support staff are being diligent in our efforts to identify and resolve issues that impact on the TTC. On closing and on behalf of ACAT, I would like to thank the two gentlemen identified earlier and also thank all the TTC employees who help the disabled on a constant basis every day. You do make a definite difference. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Anita. Are there any questions? Commissioner Moyes.
Thank you. My question is related to the Advisory Committee on Accessibility Transit. In the chair's report, it's stated here that Wheel-Trans was up. Sorry, let me just find the page. It says Wheel-Trans ridership was up, I think 6.3%, if my memory serves me correctly. So my question is, and it's higher than we had budgeted for. My question is, do we have enough buses and drivers to provide service to the Wheel-Trans community? Just find the page.
If I may answer, from what I observe, your Wheel-Trans operations is well run. I think that staff do everything in their power to accommodate all disabled persons. And I think that their budget should actually be higher because of everything they do. But right now, the service is well run. People are accommodated.
Okay. Well, again, it says here the figure was 6.4% higher than budgeted for. So I do hope that perhaps the CEO could respond.
Through the chair, what I will remind everyone is Wheel-Trans service is more of a demand response, all right, than when we're doing projections when it comes to the conventional, right? So we're watching it very closely go up. We do have enough vehicles to answer that question and staff to provide the service, because by contract, we're obligated to provide 38% of the service with TTC staff, right, and 62% with outside contractors. So we've really focused really closely at bettering that 38%. And as you heard stated, you know, we're making sure that we accommodate everybody that wants a ride. And that's really the focus of Wheel-Trans. You know, and I'll ask regarding the financial implications, if Josie could just touch on from that standpoint.
So through the chair, the Wheel-Trans budget for 2023 did anticipate being able to provide the level of service. And so we're just watching, really, we have a bit of a blip at the moment, and we'll have to see kind of where it goes. But to the CEO's point, We have a combination of resources, which are our own, as well as contracted services for any surge in capacity, right? So we have budget for both for Wheel-Trans.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, can I have a motion to receive the ACAP minutes? Commissioner Moyes, thank you. All those in favor? That carries. Thank you. Item number 5, the Green Bus Program. I believe we have a deputant. Correct, Christiane?
Yeah, we're just waiting.
Okay. Okay, apparently no answer. Would anyone like to move this item? Commissioner Moyes, thank you. All those in favor, thank you. Carried. I think we're up to item number 7. Wow. Financial and major projects update. I think we have a deputant as well on this.
Deputant on this item is Colby Badwar.
Good morning. This report states that the TTC's contract with Star Security has been extended until the end of May. After my last deputation, I went back out into the field to do some more research. I spoke to several guards from Star. I don't know what Star told TTC, but the guards told me that the starting rate is 18 an hour. Some guards may make more than that, but the base pay is 18. Some of the guards did have the claimed experience and training cited by the report. Some did not. By the TTC's own admission and confirmed by the guards themselves, Star has had to hire a lot of new guards to fill this contract. The city did not reassign 50 guards from its shelters to work on the TTC, so I will reiterate, there are guards patrolling the TTC who likely do not have the training claimed by last meeting's report. Set aside the training, though, the core issue is what the purpose of these guards are. The TTC is trusting these guards with handcuffs and batons, but doesn't think that their own fare inspectors, who receive considerably more training and compensation, should have those use of force options. These guards are being sold as a tool to assist with nightly station closing, but in the event of somebody refusing to leave the station, TPS or special constables will still need to attend to remove the individual, as the guards are prohibited from arresting people for trespassing. This is an ineffective duplication of resources. The guards provide little more than an extra set of eyes, and the TTC already has a lot of eyes on the system. What's lacking are people trained, equipped, and authorized to respond to and resolve emergency situations. Observe and report security is not real security, it is security theater. At the last meeting, Commissioner Holliday asked the key question. This is a paraphrase, but it was that if the response by TTC personnel is always to de-escalate and disengage from volatile situations, how do riders have any confidence in the safety of the system? De-escalation is a good tool in the toolbox, and this report notes a new de-escalation training program, but it can't be the only tool. Now, we all agree that vehicle operators should not be confronting people because that causes operator assaults. But if an operator has to de-escalate or disengage to protect themselves, that means that the passengers are also at risk, and somebody better be coming to help them. That's not the reality that customers face, though. They're currently an afterthought, left to fend for themselves against the crime and disorder. TTC management does not permit special constables or fare inspectors to uphold a basic standard of behavior from everyone on the system. 2 constables were fired without cause because of a 7-second video showing them arresting a violent individual who had a lengthy criminal record of offenses against the TTC. Fare inspectors have been prohibited from ticketing evaders for 3 years, and now the TTC's response to the AG report, which Mr. Leary told the board would come this month, is absent from today's very light agenda. Whether it's evading fares or outright criminal conduct, customers want to be confident that rule breakers are going to face consequences for their behavior. Someone who is robbed at knife point should not have to wait over 30 minutes for police or special constables to arrive, yet that was the case on March 31st at Coxwell Station. TPS has a citywide average response time of 19 minutes for priority 1 calls. On that day, they failed to even meet that abysmal standard. It is not acceptable for TTC to pass the buck to our already overburdened police service. You have the capacity within your organization to meet the majority of your own safety and security needs, but you must better utilize your resources. When a customer is assaulted on a streetcar, why are fare inspectors not empowered to take action? Special constables spend hours every day sitting at red lights on the way to emergency calls, while riders in Montreal, Edmonton, Calgary, and Vancouver can count on the fact that when they need help, help is actually getting there as fast as they can. Just this morning, trespasser at Trek level at Royal York Station while I was commuting here. Luckily, it didn't impact me, but obviously a lot of customers were stuck in that situation. Closest special constable unit was at Hillcrest. That's a 20 to 25 minute drive through regular moderate traffic. And it's going to take them that long to get there when there is a emergency situation at the station. And Toronto Police eventually did arrive, but took them quite a while as well because they are, again, very, very busy and overburdened and have a 19-minute response time to priority 1 calls. When there is an emergency, whether it is a priority 1 incident or a violent crime, customers should be confident that there should be a prompt and competently executed emergency response. TTC staff should also be confident when they go into an emergency, they will have the support of management, not thrown under the bus for political expediency. Law enforcement is a messy business sometimes, but it is an integral part of every transit operation worldwide. It is not the responsibility of the TTC to solve the city's social problems, but it is your responsibility to ensure that those problems do not compromise the safety of the system and its customers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I believe we have a comment. No? Or any questions from any further comment? No? Yes, go ahead.
So this is on the report on item 7. Just curious why it takes so long to paint a bus lane. I feel like we are complicating this, and I may be not fully understanding what is going on, but it just seems like this could be a solution to some of our problems. And since we don't have to, I get why it takes a long time to dig up a subway, but this one, anyway, just curious why we can't get these faster.
Through the chair, that's a great question. We have to work with the city. We have to work with stakeholders to ensure that we can make that a significant change to the roadway. So unlike the subway tunnels, which we own, and some of this, and obviously the streetcar infrastructure which we own, the roadway is actually owned by the city, and we have to work in partnership with them. So just this past month, we've been working with the city on having consultations on Jane Street so that we can do exactly that and have the bus rapid transit system on Jane Street. It takes time, and the actual implementation, we've done it in record time. We did it for Morningside, Kingston Road, and Eglinton corridor during the pandemic, but we just have to go through the whole process. It's the process that takes long. It's not the implementation.
Okay.
Any further questions? Commissioner?
Thank you. Just at the opening of the report, it talks about $87 million, which is directly attributable to the paused spending of capital projects necessary for the TTC to contribute towards the city's $300 million COVID-19 backstop funding plan. Do I read and understand this correctly, that we did not complete $87 million in work because of city financial pressures?
So through the chair, thank you for that question. Commissioner, yes, that is correct. I believe there were a few times at City Council that the CFO there would have brought forward as part of the overall program or strategy to deal with the COVID backstop, that there would be a reduction in capital projects. So for the TTC, we were asked to identify $87 million worth of work, or free up $87 million worth of funding, which resulted in $87 million worth of work that we did not undertake, and which was essentially deferred to 2023.
So there's more than $87 million on the table, and forgive me, I just don't have the number in front of me, but you talk within this report about other deferred capital projects. Some of it has to do with timing, some of it has to do with negotiations with third parties, some of it has to do with changes of circumstance. And those are all things that any government or sometimes even big companies face, right? The capital plan doesn't go as planned. So generally speaking, you underspent a little bit. But in this case, this is a different class. If I got that right, like you have had to hold off on work because of financial considerations, not operational or planning considerations.
Yes. So through the chair, I believe on page 5 and 6 of our report, we try to describe that situation. So if you look at face value, what our underspending was for 2022, it was a total of $259.5 million. But built into that was the $87 million.
Right.
So once you take that out of the equation, the true underspending that was not based on requested paused activity is $172.5 million. And then that's what we've explained in this report as what are the drivers against the 172.5.
So it was about $1 billion is the capital program, right?
1.2.
1.2, okay, even more. And so of that, 250 million were not executed upon, and within that 172 for various reasons, and some of it is carried over into this year because of timing adjustments, because we're dealing with a fiscal window, but still 87 million has to do with another issue. I wonder if you could just remind the board, we talked about this before, about the compounding effect of capital backlog and that it ends up being more expensive. So do we have any sense of what that 87 million will cost to replace in the future because of our delay?
So through the chair, just, I guess, 2 points. Back to the 87 million impact. So overall, our underspending would have been, if you counted that amount of money, 18% not spent. Right. When you pull that out, it's down to 12.8% not spent at year end. As part of this request, the works that were not undertaken in 22 were carried over and absorbed into the 23 capital plan, budget and plan, which then meant because we had fixed funding for the capital plan, other things had to be pushed out as a result of making sure that we could achieve the funding requirements annually. So to the extent that that happens, we know that cost escalation is, an issue at the moment. And so we know we'll have to pay more just in terms of our procurements, even with a year's delay.
Maybe I'll ask one other question. You may or may not have the number on it, but one of the things that we learned recently at City Council was the delayed impact of inflation to governments. And that is because collective agreements go in cycles, contracts that governments hold are renewed in the future, and then of course our cost to carry debt comes up for renewal in the future. So would it be fair to say that, our capital construction or project costs are vectoring upwards? And so we will buy less with our dollars in the future.
Through the chair, that would be an accurate statement.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands for Commissioner Ainsley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask, so on page 22 of the report where it talks about purchases of buses, the e-bus purchases, and then there's a reference, I think it's in the CEO's report, about mean distance between failures, if I have that correct, for the 60 e-buses is below target. So, and then on this page, I'm trying to figure out how we balance out we're testing 60 e-buses, they're all below target, but we're going ahead with the purchase. And then the 60 buses are owned or built by multiple manufacturers, if I understand that correct. I'm trying to understand, I didn't see anything about 60 buses built by different manufacturers, and we're leaning towards one over the other.
Okay, through the chair, let me explain the mean distance part, because that's a good catch. When you look at a diesel bus and you see the mean distance between failure, and I'm going to go from my mind, it's about 12,000 K. And when the new electric buses, when they were established, the industry did not have a standard for mean distance between failure on buses, because buses have been relatively new in the last 5 or 6, 7 years. So what we did is we actually established it with the manufacturer and our friends in the industry. And Rich, I'm going to look at you, 35,000, it's like 3-4 times as high as a regular diesel bus. That tells you how much more reliable they are with traction motors and having transmissions in the older type of vehicles. So they're that much higher. So we're tracking it against ourselves in a designed industry standard when it comes to that. So they are a very reliable vehicle. We piloted 3, as you said. We've done a report, and we'll actually forward the report to this board last year, giving an update on the reliability and how we judged the 3 of them over the course of time, and how we were moving forward to purchase vehicles going into the future that we're likely going to establish a contract in the very near future to execute it, so we get vehicles coming in 24 and 25. I'll forward that report to everybody.
Okay, and then going back, as I read this report, it took me back to my high school statistics classes. So there's mean distance between failures, and then there's mode and median. Do we track mode and median when it comes to bus failures? Like e-bus failures?
So we track moving annual. So basically, it's an average over 12 months, and then we also track the period reliability. So we get a good average over 12 months. It's a moving annual, and then we compare it to the current period. So overall, in most on all the modes, we're making that target, but the period to period might fluctuate up and down, above and below the target there.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then my last question I just wanted to ask about overall bus purchases. So we have 551 spares in the garage. So, and we're purchasing more buses even though we've got that many spares in the garage. So are those the oldest buses in the fleet that are, our mechanics are pretty sure we're not going to roll the dice because we know these buses are going to break down, so we're putting them in the garage? And this is why we're buying this amount of new ones? I'm just surprised, like, buses are a couple $1 million each.
Buses now are about 1.2 million for the 2.3 million for the all-electric bus. That's correct. The oldest buses that we have in the fleet will be replaced by the newest buses coming in. And we actually gauge and watch the reliability of the old buses versus the new buses, and we get to a point where we're only putting the older buses out off-peak where we can. And a bus useful life is about 12 years. We always try to push the envelope. If you do them right with good maintenance, get to 13. I'm going to ask Ben Case, if he's on the line, to just give us an overview of the fleet replacement plan and a little bit of information I might have missed.
Through the chair, I'd just like to add that we do have only these 60 buses, as you mentioned. And so just a few failures in service can make obviously a huge swing on the reliability numbers, as opposed to the broader fleet, which is much more resilient to a failure here or there. The other thing to mention, and as presented to the board last in April, is that the different bus types are performing at different levels, significantly different. So there's one portion of our fleet that is 10 buses, and those buses have not been out on the road. They've not been reliable. They've been having issues with water penetration to the battery systems, causing them to fail in service when in service. And so we haven't been putting those out on the road because we don't want to subject our customers to that. We're working with the OEMs to address those issues. On the other end of the spectrum, as mentioned in that head-to-head report, is another of the vendors, which is happens to be New Flyer Industries, and their bus performance has been very, very high. In fact, when we last presented it, it was edging up to be higher than the hybrids, which are themselves the highest performing buses we've ever had. So we have seen a slight reduction in their reliability as well, but still above target. And the key thing here, as it relates to the upcoming procurement, is that what we did is we captured all the lessons learned from the head-to-head trial from each of these vendors, what was working, what was not. We built that into our procurement specification, and we're confident that the result of the procurement will be that we have a reliable bus.
Okay, and then Madam Chair, I just have one last question. So on recommendation number 2 in the report about urging the provincial and federal government for ongoing operating support, so I guess I wanted to ask if we interact with other Greater Toronto Area transit agencies in lobbying the provincial and federal government, and then just within this recommendation, I'm wondering if we should be more specific about requests in different areas for asking for funding, like provincially for the gasoline tax, for example.
Through the chair, yes, we do actually regularly engage with members of the Greater Toronto area through the Ontario Public Transit Association, through CUTA, to jointly advocate to the provincial and federal government. And so this recommendation is actually very much in line with ongoing advocacy efforts that have been going on for the last several years on both PGT, but for Safe Restart funding as well.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Just to follow up to Councillor Ainsley's one of his questions. The CEO stated that he wants to have the entire fleet be 50% green by 2030, and by 2040, 100% green electric vehicle, I guess. So my question is, are we still purchasing gas vehicles, or are we still now just purchasing electric vehicles?
Through the chair, we have been purchasing hybrid electric vehicles that have an element of diesel up through the order that's about to be placed for the all-electric. It'll be all-electric going forward. Again, I'm looking at BEM case. Beginning in 2025 on, it's all-electric. And the fleet plan over the next 19 years gets us from 25 to 40, where we actually, if we do it correctly, we'll be all-electric by around 38. And that's the plan, in line with the city's environmental programs and direction.
Okay, thank you for that.
Not seeing any other questions, or does anyone wish to speak? Mr. Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and I wondered if Kuzan could present a motion for me that I had submitted. So I'm going to ask the committee for your support on this motion, and I'll highly paraphrase it, but it is a report request of the CEO, and I've put in a rather urgent time frame. And it is to examine revenue opportunities for naming rights and sponsorships that could offset the pressures that we've got right now. And there's 4 parts to the report. You can take a look at it, but it's basically to examine different areas. Members of the board, we talked about cell phones today. We talked about security. We talked about a lot of things. But in my opinion, this report and the concepts in here are the most pressing issue that we face. It's the most pressing issue that the city faces in general, if we talk about the politics that are going on there. Because all of the solutions flow from the money. You don't have money for security, you can't do it. If you don't have money to upgrade your capital, you can't do it. If you don't have money to provide the facilities for customers and for services, you can't do it. You raise fares. You cut back on service. So I recognize that this is going to make some people uncomfortable. There's very political reasons, I get it. But I think that it's really important that the board asks these questions. And part of that is how do you go to the provincial government with your hand out and say, give us money, if you haven't looked internally first? At least tried. At least try to understand. So people say, well, maybe that's radical. I don't think it's that radical. If you look in Toronto, and just think about it. We've got Line 1. Line 1. It's a generic name. The name Dundas Station is controversial, according to City Council. So there's lots of opportunities here where you could find a sponsor to place a naming rights. But it's not radical, because if you look inside the City of Toronto, you've got the Enercare Centre, you've got the Beanfield Centre. Those are city assets. You've got the Toronto Star Food Building, I think was one of the names before. You've got the Ford Performance Center, right, which is an arena in the south of Etobicoke. But again, not that radical, because I saw in the newspaper there's the Durham College Oshawa GO Station, something that's being named under Metrolinx. And according to what I read online, you've got the TD Free Fare Zone in Calgary. So those are transit assets. United States, the UC San Diego Blue Line, the Sicuan Green Line in San Diego, the AT&T station in Philadelphia, the Atlantic Avenue Barclay Center station in New York. And in worldwide, you've got the Vodafone line and the Vodafone Sol station in Madrid. Just to put it in perspective, according to what I found online, and I don't say that we're the same as the Scotiabank Arena, but that sponsorship agreement is $800 million over 20 years. $800 million. So I talked about $87 million hole in our capital plan. I just wonder if there's potential. Right here at home in Toronto, we've got Meridian Hall and Meridian Center, Performing Arts. That's a 10-year deal, that's $30.75 million. So I'm not saying we rename anything today. I'm just asking that the CEO take a look to see what's out there, what's gone on in other jurisdictions. Demonstrate some diligence by this board of trying to solve our financial issues before we turn to others and ask them for money. So I hope you'll support that. Again, it is a report asked to get that information on our table and really demonstrate diligence. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? What, Councillor Moyes, are you prepping for that, to raise your hand?
Well, do I get a chance to speak to it, or do I just?
Well, questions first. Let's do questions first. Anybody questions? No? Okay, let's move to speakers.
I just want to say I am very much against this motion. You know, we as a city have built the system up. The people of Toronto have, you know, through generations, have invested in this system. And now that we are at a point, come 2023, we want to hand it over through naming rights. Everything in the city is named after a corporation. For example, we purchased and built the Sky Dome for millions of dollars, 25 plus years ago. I remember it was going up. And then it was handed over close to nothing. You know, and we are inundated with advertisements in 2023. Our young people on social media, you know, you see advertisement everywhere. You're just totally inundated. You cannot escape it. And here we are now wanting to rename our subway stations and systems. So again, you know, there is a point where you have to say, you know what? No, this is not right. And so again, what we need to continue to do is find other revenue tools to make us whole. We need to engage the provincial and federal governments to make us whole. Other countries in the, you know, for example, in the US and Europe, you know, different levels of government invest in public transit. And it should happen here too, in Canada and in Toronto. So again, for me, this is a last resort. I don't think we're there yet. And so I, again, do not support this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any further comments, Chair?
Yeah, just quickly, I will be supporting the motion. I think we should investigate all ways that we could potentially raise funds so that we can endeavor to keep fares down for everybody. Thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm the same as Councillor Burnside. I don't want to rush to judgment here without full facts, but I would urge that any information that we get be comprehensive so that we know what the costs are associated with this, what the issues are when naming rights come up and a station that people rely on gets a new name. We have to remake all our signage. Like, it's, there are a lot of ripples on these things, and we have an awful lot of assets. So I think with the acknowledgement that we are asking somebody to do a lot of work on this one, I will also be supporting the motion.
Any further? Yes, Councillor, Commissioner?
Thank you. And just through the chair, I will also be supporting this. I think we would be stifling innovation if we didn't try to at least assess what the cost benefits are on this. I mean, I don't know if the board knows, but in 2015, London Underground did a pilot on this. They renamed one station for 24 hours just to see how much sponsorship dollars they could get, and I promise it's upwards of millions for that. I mean, Kenneth Griffin, hedge fund leader, just paid $300 million for his name to be associated with one undergraduate program at Harvard at Harvard. That's a lot of money. It's not necessarily the same, but this does offer another opportunity for us to think through revenue tools, and we're not necessarily making a decision today on whether we enact it or not, but at least some form of diligence on it, I don't think is a bad thing at all.
Any further comments? I'm not looking at the screen, and we have Commissioner Lalonde, did I miss your hand? No?
No, you didn't. I wasn't going to comment, Chair, but similar to the rationale of the last two speakers, I'll be supporting the motion for the same reason to get that information.
Thank you. Help me do any further comment from the mover, or has he done as no other speakers? If I can just make a point here, I think we've expanded a little bit on the motion put forward. We're asking for a lot of information in a very short time frame. So with the agreement of the mover, perhaps what we can do is ask the management team to bring back what they are able to bring back, as opposed to try to boil the ocean.
If I may, Madam Deputy Chair, I completely understand and concur and appreciate that it may be a lot to ask in a short period of time, but just the same, if there could even be an early update, because I think it's important to show momentum and diligence of the board. But I would personally say I would be very realistic in expectations about what could be returned in that short period of time, just based on the comments. So I hope the CEO will take that to heart and not realize I'm not put him in an awkward spot to bring in all the answers in a month and a half. But I did put the date in as a symbol of the urgency, because I think that's important for the board to acknowledge.
Okay.
Thank you.
So with that understanding, I think we can now call the vote. So those in favor and those opposed. How are you voting? Those in favor? I'll maybe repeat. Those opposed? Thank you, motion's passed. I think now we come back to the, the item is amended, so we have several recommendations to this item. So item is amended. Let me, mover, Councillor, all in favor? Do we need a seconder? Okay, all in favor? Okay, we're done. We're done with item 7. I think now we move into in-camera, and the big question, and then we move into confidential items. The big question is, do people need some food before we? Yeah. 15. Clear the room. Let everybody go get a snack, and. Okay, 1:25. Everybody back? Bring your snack. Are we allowed to eat? I think bring back your snack and we'll eat. We'll pretend we're in our kitchen.
everybody. It's 1:29. I'd like to reconvene the meeting. Commissioners, I will now move the resolution to recess the committee as a whole. And can I have the clerk please post the resolution?
Thank you. That the TTC Board recesses Committee of the Whole to consider advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, information about labor relations or employee negotiations, and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals related to the following items. Item 1, Chief Executive Officer's Report. Item 3, Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining Environment and Status. And item 4, TTC non-union salary updates.
Where are we at now? Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. So moved. So now we're in camera. And I'd like to, is there a motion to receive the CEO's report? Commissioner Jagdeo, thanks. All those in favor? Move. Thank you. Approved. The next item, business item 3, labor relations, collective bargaining environment status. We just considered this item in camera. Are there any questions now? I hope not. Good. Take questions then. No, anyone like to speak about it? Super duper. Can I have a motion to adopt the item? So moved. Thank you. That carries. Item number 4, final item of business, TTC non-union salary. Any questions? No. Any speakers? Motion to adopt. Commissioner Osborne, thanks. All those in favor, that carries. Okay, and the adjournment, that concludes business of the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Commissioner Mantis, thanks. All those in favor, item carries. We adjourn. Thank you very much.